This film, made in 1903, recalls the first flight of this primitive biplane making aviation history.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone. Welcome to the inaugural edition of Global Advanced Air Mobility Forum, Winter 2024 session. On behalf of Advanced Air Mobility Institute, it's delightful to see so many bright, enthusiastic faces gather here today. My name is Abidemi Ashiru, and I'm honored to be your host for this forum. Over the next couple of hours, we're going to delve into important discussion, share insights, and collaborate on everything in the AAM ecosystem. Our goal is to foster an environment of open dialogue, mutual respect, shared learning. I encourage everyone to actively participate, ask questions when due, and engage with one another to make the most of our time together. Before we kick off, I would like to extend a warm thank you to our sponsors, Jump Hero, distinguished guests, speakers, and all of you, our beloved attendees. Your presence here today is crucial to the success of this forum, and I'm certain that your contribution will enrich the discussion. Right, the purpose of gathering today is to exchange best practices in AAM, better understood public perception around the world to ensure a more strategic and effective pursuit of social acceptance. This forum is the first of its kind in the industry. It provides a platform for insight into unique challenges and opportunities, all regions and in diverse markets. Today, we have an exciting lineup of speakers from around the world, including representatives from 30 countries and other partners leading discussion on safety, dignity, and security. The findings here will culminate in the first Global Advanced Air Mobility, which is the AAM report, highlighting each country's key facts, achievements, and challenges. Right, this brings me to some housekeeping. Please remember that this meeting is recorded and will be later available for public viewing. Make sure you turn your camera and microphone off, except when it's time for you to present. The chat function is there for you to utilize whenever required, so please feel free to use it. Without further ado, let's embark on this journey of knowledge sharing, collaboration, and discovery. I wish everyone a fruitful and enjoyable experience. So let me introduce our first speaker today to deliver the opening keynote address. That's Charles Alcock. Take it on, Charles.
Thank you very much indeed, Abidemi. That's very kind and a very warm introduction. I'm grateful to be part of your group. Just for some context, I have been an aviation news reporter for more than 3 decades. I started covering aviation back in the late 1980s. And I suppose, if I'm honest, by about now in the 2020s, I expected to, be thinking about retirement and perhaps being of the mindset where I wouldn't see anything else new and significant happen in aviation. Well, how wrong I was, because about 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, I started covering what we now call the advanced air mobility sector. And to be perfectly honest, I found it to be the most fertile aviation news territory that I've ever had the privilege to cover. It's quite extraordinary how much work it generates in a good way. What I find now is I can easily spend 24 hours a day, 7 days a week covering this sector and still not get it all adequately reported, if I had an unlimited budget and could hire, 10 other colleagues, we still wouldn't get it all done because it's just so dynamic in terms of the news that it's presenting to us. I've also seen what I call a somewhat remarkable switch in the engagement that I've had with the companies. So, going back to 2018, 2019, even 2020, a lot of the new companies were frankly quite evasive in dealing with the media, didn't necessarily want to share their news. And now what I find is it's almost a complete reversal. It's an unrelenting, constant demand for attention, unconditional attention in some cases, that we're dealing with. So that's the backdrop to how I view things. What I'm going to offer you is very much my personal perspective. This isn't AIM Media Group's sort of company outlook, if you like. This is just me as a largely Europe-based reporter trying to get his hands around this extraordinary and increasingly global phenomenon. So please forgive me if I lapse into generalizations. I'm just trying to distill it for you. So I feel like I'm covering a gold rush. I feel like it's almost like being a reporter back in the 19th century, covering the California gold rush, or perhaps being in the 1960s and covering the space race. And of course, there's a lot of urgency. There are a lot of companies making very ambitious promises about when they'll get everything done. And it begs the question to me, is this all rush and no reason? Is this all about keeping investors engaged? And perhaps should it be more about making end users feel engaged? I mean, there's no denying you have to keep investors happy, but should the industry perhaps be at least as focused on Main Street as it is on Wall Street? And in that respect, are the ambitious timelines around 25 actually realistic? And if they're not, who really cares about that? Maybe some of that doesn't matter to these end users. So let's switch a little bit to focusing on where advanced air mobility is going to start happening first and how it will first manifest itself. And of course, there are very different contexts for this around the world. I know that many of you experts are going to get into the detail on this, so I'm not going to duplicate that effort. But let's start in the United States, where of course we've seen a lot of the most energetic and frankly ambitious, loudly ambitious startups putting their marker down. I think my perspective here is, yes, it's definitely going to happen in the US. There's no doubt about it. And to put it plainly, capitalism is going to make this happen in its traditional US model. I suspect this is going to show up as a network of, let's call them early adopter hubs, like Los Angeles and Miami and perhaps New York and Dallas. And the theory is that when eVTOL air taxi services in particular start, it will engender some sort of spirit of fear of missing out in other cities. And other cities, will have their citizens travel to these early adopters and go home thinking, why on earth doesn't my city have this? If you're going to be a self-respecting American city in the 21st century, you ought to have something this cool. And the emphasis here, from my reporting, is very much on how advanced air mobility is about, a time is money mentality, ultra efficiency, and some might say modernity for modernity's sake. Some of the evidence for this, I think, is seen recently in announcements that have seen business aviation companies really starting to get engaged in eVTOL services. And of course, business aviation services are largely about meeting the needs of elite travelers, if we want to put it plainly. So over on this side of the Atlantic, where I'm based, I think there's a different dynamic going on, not completely different. In Europe, I'd say really we're at the heart of what some would say is air transport's existential crisis, where there's a very, very explicit emphasis on decarbonization, and where the future of aviation, frankly, is by no means absolutely assured, or at least not assured in the way that we've traditionally seen it. I think another observation I'd make about Europe, and this relates to whether the end users will ever get engaged in advanced air mobility, is that I see a lot of skepticism and cynicism out there in European countries. And what I mean by that is, you know, there's a sense in which outside of the 1%, citizens are pretty dissatisfied. They're pretty untrusting in public officials. They feel that big problems that have lingered at least since the pandemic, if not before, are just not getting addressed. And why does this matter to us? Well, because if as a sector, we're now going to say, well, when it comes to transport, advanced air mobility is going to be a form of salvation. To put it bluntly, a lot of people might not believe that. They might just feel you're just, fobbing us off here with something bright and shiny when there are many more fundamental problems that need solving. Where's my evidence? Well, let's take, for example, the great city of Paris, which this year is going to host the Olympic Games. And of course, eVTOLs are supposed to be a key facet of that. There are plans, ambitious plans to have early demonstration flights in Paris. I picked up on some French media reports last year that were a little troubling, to say the least. There was a reporting of basically citizens groups in Paris saying the Olympics is a waste of money. Why are we having this imposed on us? And eVTOL air taxis, what are you talking about? Why do we need that? That's just a gimmick. Now, that's not everything. It's just a snapshot of what happens if end users really have been left by the roadside with no sense of why they should care about what this sector is offering. And we'll get back to that in a bit. Let's move over to Asia. Now, I'll preface this by saying I am not an Asian expert, and the last thing I want to do is be patronizing or perhaps worse still, obviously ignorant. But a lot of the news stories that I've been doing are focused on the extraordinary level of anticipation and planning and even early execution that we're seeing in countries like China and South Korea and Japan and Singapore and India, among others. And it is very exciting to see the potential in these countries. And in some respects, when I contrast that with Europe, arguably, there's more hope for advanced air mobility to take off sooner. Why would I say that? Well, first of all, what we see in countries like China in particular, but also South Korea and Japan and increasingly in India, is high-level political support for this new mode of transport. And this is where I'm in danger of being patronizing and generalizing. But a lot of these countries, my sense is that there's more sort of unchallenged top-down leadership. So if the people at the top say this thing is going to happen, well, maybe they'll just let time elapse before the end users, decide whether or not they're actively going to accept that. I wouldn't say it's a sort of big brother mentality as such, but there's more of a sense that national infrastructure plans there can be more readily executed because they're not going to be as tripped up by constant second guessing and consultation. So that's fine, but it begs the question: if you just impose a new mode of transport on people and you don't win hearts and minds, how deeply seeded is that going to be? You might say a similar trend is apparent in the Middle East. There are some very ambitious plans being laid in countries like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates to make eVTOL transport a part of the landscape there. To give those countries their due, places like Dubai have made enormous progress in building metro networks. But when I look at some of the plans, like in Saudi Arabia, they have a project to build a city called Neom in the far northwest of the country, carved out on the coast, the Red Sea coast, and going into the desert where nobody will have a car, everybody will travel around in eVTOLs. And, to be honest, it somewhat makes my head spin. And it also leaves me wondering, but why? Who's really going to benefit from this? What's the driver behind this? And then quickly in Latin America, well, essentially all I hear here is that, helicopters are a huge part of life in a city like Sao Paulo, in Brazil. So why wouldn't eVTOLs also take root there? A lot of what I've been reporting on in the past year or so, and at the start of this year too, is on all the greatly focused and energetic work around building this fabled ecosystem that everybody agrees is going to be necessary. And that's not insignificant at all. It's hugely significant. And I can only imagine the amount of sort of corporate bandwidth that it takes to execute that. But even when I reflect on that, I just can't stop myself from thinking that something far more fundamental is missing from this picture. And that is this. It makes me wonder whether outside of this advanced air mobility community that we're all part of, does anybody really care outside of that any of this is happening? Has anybody even asked people or taken the time to show them why they might care? And in that respect, I mean, I'll give you an example. Whenever I'm in some social setting and people ask me what I do, and I give them the sort of elevator spiel about what my job is, and I say, well, I'm writing about these new types of aircraft that are going to carry 3 or 4 people around at a time, and I get a kind of blank look that says, oh, that sounds pretty crazy. Are you sure you're not an escaped lunatic or something like that? It just doesn't resonate with people. It just seems so far-fetched. So it makes me think, is advanced air mobility in danger of being like a sort of very fast-growing plant that, you know, has bright, colorful leaves and even some blossom, but almost no roots, no deep-seated roots, and therefore could potentially wilt quite quickly if there isn't a constant supply of sunshine and water? Well, you might well challenge me and say, well, if that's even true, Charles, then how do you make people care? How do you even start doing that? Well, in some respects, it seems to me it's quite easy to make, let's call them the elite, care. You just have to keep making them feel special. And this is what business aviation is trying to do. They're trying to say, you guys are so special that not only do you deserve the business jets to carry you from one side of the globe to the other, you also deserve this special attention to carry you in and around cities. And I'm not criticizing that. That's part of the equation. But there's a bigger challenge too, and that's to make a much wider audience feel special about this. And I was recently talking to Dr. Valerie Manning at Overair about this, and she gave me some very, very compelling insights. She was describing Los Angeles, where that company is based, and in so many words, she was saying, you know, if we can't convince people in South Central LA to see that this could be part of their life, if we can't make people whose aspirations currently are no higher than to be a bus driver believe that they could actually be an eVTOL pilot, then we're really not getting there. And that made a big impression on me as a journalist. And it made me think what's needed here is for the industry to paint much more vivid pictures of what this will actually look like. And to be honest, I'd be happy to contribute to that. As a journalist, I'm supposed to be independent, but I'd be happy to contribute to that. But truthfully, I feel held back. I feel constrained because although I get a great flow of information from the industry, I don't get the input I need to help me paint a picture or tell a story about how advanced air mobility could enrich communities, enrich the lives of people who currently feel, frankly, somewhat marginalized. And I think those stories increasingly need to be around things that are all perfectly deliverable, such as eVTOLs being used to support emergency medical activities, sub-regional services, sub-regional air services that could potentially completely transform airline service. Quick snapshot in my own country, the UK. Recently, the government has completely cut off at the knees plans for the second stage of a high-speed rail network in the north of England. And that's left a lot of communities there saying, great, now we're left out again with our slow, inadequate rail services. These are cities that are, you know, anything from, say, 200 miles apart to just 50 miles apart. To me, that's a classic case where underserved cities, underserved communities could really benefit from some of what this sector could deliver. And yet I hazard a guess that if you stopped people on main streets in any of those Northern England cities, people wouldn't have the faintest idea what you're talking about. So this is a call, this is a plea for the industry to try and break through some of this cynicism and skepticism. I know that bandwidth is a huge challenge. You can only do so many things. This will certainly need a much wider pool of allies. It will take collaboration, selfless collaboration between companies. But I've no doubt that the answers to these questions are right here with us in this virtual gathering, and I can't wait to hear your perspective. So thank you for so patiently listening to me.
Thank you, Charles. Fantastic. That was very, very, very insightful. Thank you very much. That brought a lot of things to focus. Obviously, we need to share more and ensure we can, get this moving as soon as. Thank you, Charles. Right. Next on our list is Nicholas Brigger. He's here to deliver a special presentation. Nicholas, if you want to take it away.
Awesome, thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Nicholas. I've been asked to give a global overview of the AAM industry and been given a total of 5 minutes. Nice. The way I'll achieve this miracle is by not focusing on the areas and countries that everyone knows about. Charles talked about Europe and the US, etc. But take a little bit, look outside of that to the larger state of the AM and drone industry and draw some general conclusions. It also means no PowerPoint. I hope you're glad. I think the AM industry, by the way, is awesome in this regard already. Such a diverse crowd. So I hope that I don't say too much stuff you already know. First, why should you believe anything I say? I see a lot of familiar faces and names. Great to see you again. Hi. I hope you already believe me. For everyone else, I lead the FIA's Fédération Internationale de l'Automobile Drone and Vertical Mobility Academy, despite what it says on the screen. If you know the FIA, you're probably watching Formula 1, Formula 2, rally racing, stuff like that, or you at least took a look at Drive to Survive on Netflix. I'm, however, on the mobility side. The mobility side is being the global association of mobility clubs, roughly 250 of them in 140 countries worldwide, representing, depending on how you count, 80 to 90 million members. What these clubs, most of them non-profits, do heavily depends on the country you're in, but one phrase unites them, and that is safe mobility for all and everyone. You can view the Drone and Vertical Mobility Academy as a kind of in-house consulting for those clubs worldwide, even though they're fully independent. Whenever they want to do something with drones or eVTOLs, we're here for them. Our latest completed project, for example, is a drone pilot school in Paraguay. This also gives us unique insights into and local partners in a lot of countries. Remember, we are represented already in 140 countries worldwide. I'll less comment on eVTOLs, as we are right now more focusing on uncrewed systems. However, I do want to give a shout out to what I think is one of the most clear-cut and first actually profitable businesses and accepted business, shout out to you, Charles, for their uses emergency helicopters or emergency transport devices. Just take a look at what our member club ADAC is doing together with Volocopter in Germany. I hope you all know about that use case. Also, shout out to Jean-Pierre. I think you're on the right track. People are expressing very mixed feelings about the global state of the AM industry, from a feeling of we're doomed, looking at the very prominent bankruptcies and valuations in the last months, to being pumped. There's everything in between. What we're seeing at the FIA is primarily one thing. People are busy working with their drones. More and more companies see drones as just another tool in their belt. Development that I personally find extremely exciting, but also causes them to talk a lot less about the usage, which from my point of view leads to the feeling that the industry as a whole is in some kind of rut. Well, it's just less press releases and more work. Not a lot of people are talking publicly, for example, about how great their backpack pesticide sprayers or their farm tractors are. Not a lot of people are writing about that online. That's not a sign that the plant protection industry is dead, very much to the contrary. We think the same applies for drones. Just some numbers for you, to also give you a background for what seems to be my personal excitement sometimes. During informal and entirely unscientific service we made through our clubs in Latin America, more than 50% of farmers we have spoken to, for example, in Paraguay, had already used some kind of plant protection by drone on their farms. More than 65% of open pit mine operators worldwide use drones. That correlates with what we have learned through our club in Chile. A zip line completes a delivery, as far as I know, every 70 seconds. So that's a huge volume of deliveries already out there right now. I could go on, but 5 minutes. So there are a couple of consequences, and I think those will have ripple effects worldwide. First, people care less about rules. This is my mine, I'm doing with it what I want, is more or less verbatim what we have got from one open pit mine operator in Chile. This means there's not a lot of oversights over those flights. There's also not a lot of data and definitely no press releases. However, also not a lot of incidents seem to be happening. So, well, we'll see. Second effect, what we're seeing is pressure on manned aviation. If the general aviation and aerial work sector in a country is small, why should it have preference over unmanned systems? Don't get me wrong. The acceptable level of risk is fully independent of country, meaning it should be the same low risk level everywhere. However, part of risk is probability. We're, for example, part of Wakanda Beyond initiative comprised of, I think, 13 African CAAs wanting to implement safe but simple UAS legislation in their respective countries to enhance this drone and AAM sector. And they're thinking outside of the box. If, for example, you reserve a vertical slice of airspace for drones, the entire problem of air risk more or less vanishes. And that can truly be a booster for the industry, an industry that is already thriving in a lot of countries that we're looking at. And the third effect is localization. People are just buying a drone and going to town with it. That might not be scalable, but it's still profitable for them. Drone is just a tool and is bought and used just like a tool of as part of an existing business. Even though drones are still exciting, in the end, I have to be honest, I don't care about the drone. I want a solution for a cheap price per hectare of application, for an orthophoto of a mine, for an overview picture of an accident scene, for example, in a lot of use cases for clubs, or to deliver medicine or blood or something else, even down to a coffee somewhere. We as clubs are very diverse, from Germany, where the ADAC is the biggest operator of emergency helicopters, same by the way for Botswana, for example, to other clubs that are focused on road safety, on training also. We see the future of AAM really as bright, and not only the rosy picture that is being painted for inner city flights, whatever. We see the future of AAM as a whole, there where money is made as bright. Maybe not as publicly exciting as in the past, not as flashy, but we think overall that is really a great sign. I think that was 5 minutes. Back over to you, Ashiro.
Thank you, Nicholas. Next, we have Min, our liaison to South Korea.
Hi, everyone. My name is Min. I'm the founder of Moviation. And we are basically a UAA platform operator here in South Korea, starting with the helicopters, and eventually we want to operate eVTOLs in the future. Today, I'm just going to cover a little bit about the Korean market. Korea has a population of around 52 million people. Out of 52 million people, we have about 10 million people living in the city of Seoul, which is the capital of South Korea. So it's a pretty dense city. And as far as the regulatory body goes, for mobility, we have a government called MOLIT, which stands for Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport. They basically govern all matters of transportation. And anything that matters for the UAM, you have to work with the MOLIT. And just in the city of Seoul, if you want to operate in the aviation industry, MOLIT is definitely one of the most important government arm to deal with. But also you have to deal with many different parts of the government officers here in South Korea, because unlike other countries, South Korea is in a special state situation where we're facing North Korea. So not only you have to deal with the aviation departments, but also you have to deal with the defense departments. So just in the city of Seoul, if you want to operate, you have to work with this city hall, Seoul City Hall, the Incheon Airport, MOLIT, as well as the Seoul Regional Office of Aviation, and lastly, the Capital Defense Command, which defends the city of Seoul, and you would need a permit from them to operate in the sky of Seoul. As far as the achievements goes, we had formed an organization that's called KUAM Grand Challenge. It's mainly sponsored by MOLIT, and it's been making great milestones so far. There are many different consortiums within KUAM Grand Challenge. I think the noticeable companies will be Hyundai Motors, which is also developing eVTOLs, and the Hanwha, which is another big conglomerate in South Korea that's developing eVTOLs. They have heavily invested into over-air, and that's the eVTOL that they're developing for the time being. And then you have SK, which is a mobile company. They have invested into Joby, and their plan is to bring Joby into Korea and operate when they are ready to commercialize. So through KUAM Grand Challenge, MOLIT had a very aggressive plan to commercialize UAM in South Korea by 2025. Unfortunately, that plan has been postponed because the eVTOLs are not ready to be commercialized by next year in South Korea. But the MOLIT is really working hard and being really aggressive in making the UAM possible in South Korea. So we can foresee that with that big support from the government, Korea could be one of the first countries to commercialize UAM. And besides KUAM Grand Challenge, there's also UAM Team Korea. Our company is also part of the UAM Team Korea. We have many different companies, large corporations, as well as the startups that's getting involved in UAM Team Korea to discuss about the possible environments for UAM commercializations, which covers infrastructure, operations, eVTOLs, and such. I think the biggest challenge for Korea for UAM commercializations is the public acceptance, because until now, there has not been many active general aviation activities here in South Korea. There are not many helicopter transportation for commercial use, as well as small aircraft operations. So many Koreans is really not so used to seeing transporting people utilizing a rotary motors like helicopters, and possibly in the future by eVTOLs. So that public acceptancy is very important. And because there has not been any general aviations in Korea, we are lacking a lot of infrastructure. So we need to build many heliports, which can potentially could be upgraded to vertistop or vertiport in the future when it's ready to UAM commercializations. So when those infrastructure are ready to be operated, it will be much easier to accept the UAM concept in South Korea. As far as the key media platforms goes, we have a Naver, which is similar to Google. And obviously we also have Instagram and YouTube, which is very active. Those are the main channels to market and create the public acceptancy by informing people about UAM concept and the potential of the market. And that's pretty much it, the summary of South Korea. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Next, we go to China. Martin.
Am I on?
Yes, Martin. Martin Ming, China.
Yes, thank you. Hey, I guess hi, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. My name is Martin Ding, and it's such an honor to represent China to be in this global AAM initiative. I have a few slides, basically titled as a introductions of China's AAM ecosystem. So can we move on to the next slide, please? Maybe we can jump to the next one. Keep going. Okay, here we go. So I guess really the key takeaway for us to represent China for today is to provide the global AAM communities really what is the major status development and differentiations of China's AAM industry. I guess I start from before I get on to the slides. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Martin Ding, and I am the CEO and founders of Albatross.ai, and we are a startup business basically focused on a innovative avionics system. We call it autonomous flight system. So let's get back to this slide. I think I'm going to try to explain the major status and differentiation of China's AAM's ecosystem from macro level and also from micro level. From macro level, really, from the difference of the how we call it AAMs here in China, really at the CONOPS, and also on the regulatory framework pathway. In China, that we might have a slightly different calling that we basically call it low altitude aerospace economy or digital general aviation. This is really when we refer to AAM at the concept of operation level here in China. And when we're looking at the AAM regulatory framework pathway here in China, I think I have three key points. One is that you will notice that in China was major focus on uncrewed and remote aircraft configuration. The reason I'm saying that I think it has a very strong foundation based on a 20+ years of UAV and the industry development, especially on consumer side. I think everybody has the chance to use the DJI consumer UAV. So you will notice that here in China, if you look at eVTOL industry, the eVTOL OEM here in China, EHang, the 216 is uncrewed remote aircraft configuration. And I think it's the first global-wise, the eVTOL aircraft actually receive a type certificate. And actually, it is in commercial operation already, just a month ago, across 2 or 3 major cities here in China. And another 2 eVTOL OEM, Flight, and also Vertaxi, they just got their PSAT just got accepted by CAAC, basically being China's regulation authority. And their G1 bases are both based on uncrewed aircraft configuration. So, and start from there, you will notice that on the regulation framework, especially with the focus on uncrewed or remote piloted aircraft configuration, that China Regulation Authority, CAAC, even released a new aviation regulation parts, what we call the CCAR Part 92. So for that aviation regulation, basically provide more like end-to-end regulation, cover initial airworthiness certification, continued airworthiness certification, and also flight operation, pilot training requirement and license requirement, and basically cover everything for on the regulation perspective for end-to-end coverage for uncrewed aircraft. So, and to support that aviation regulation, China's also released a new airspace classification and design, which has basically complete revamp of a previous China's airspace. And at the new airspace design, it's very consistent with ICAO airspace design. You will notice that in China's new airspace design, they have a 2 new airspace classification, one being Class G, Class W airspace, basically with the ceiling of 120 meters ceiling. So in Class W airspace, basically are airspace reserved for all of the UAV that with the weight less than 55 pounds. And you also have a new airspace, which is Class G airspace, sort of consistent with ICAO's definition of uncontrolled airspace, up to 300-meter AGL, which sort of reserved for mid to large size of UAV, and even for some eVTOL with passenger carrying or cargo delivery functionality or configuration, but also uncrewed. So again, to conclude this slides, I think I really want to share with the global community that here in China, I think it's very different from the United States or Europe counterparts, that with a lot of focus to be consistent or with the existing general aviation industry, with a lot of focus on piloted aircraft configuration. Here in China, there's a lot more emphasis on uncrewed aircraft configuration. So, and then I spent just 1 minute on the micro level, really on the operation and business use case. since in China, really the focus is on uncrewed. So you'll notice that the very much divided into three, on the operational use case, three major categories, basically being passenger carrying, cargo delivery, and also public service. In the top two category on passenger carrying and cargo delivery, at the moment that in China, my observation, and I don't think there's a killer use case at the moment, but you can start to see that the under passenger carrying, the category that the air tourism out of its might have a good possibility to be scaled up first. And out of the cargo delivery category, it seems to me that with the payload of 25 kilogram to 150 kilogram, that sort of market segment, that might be, especially around the major tourism site, that might be scaled up first. But obviously, in the public service here in China, I think there's a consensus that the EMS will be it's going to be the killer use case. And actually, there's a lot of operation to basically to for the EMS operation using mid to large size of uncrewed aircraft here in China already. So can we move to the last page on the challenge parts? I think right now here in China, the major challenge basically meaning EHang now is the first eVTOL actually received the TC and actually in the commercial operation. So right now here in China is that the it's for all of the eVTOL, especially all of the ecosystem, all of the stakeholders in the AAM ecosystem, especially the OEM, one for them to get TC first, but for EHang really for they to basically scale up their commercial operation and to receive to collect more flight operation data before they can actually analyze all of the flight operation data and pinpoint the killer use case for the AAM operation case in China. So that basically conclude my introduction, and thanks again to everybody.
Thank you, Martin. Appreciate that. Next is Janie from Cambodia.
Hello, thank you very much. My glasses. My name is Jennifer Mazeros. I am a Canadian in Cambodia, and I am an aviation consultant. I work for the State Secretariat of Civil Aviation, and I advise as well clients. And I'm also a contributor to Aviation International News, and I count Charles Alcock as one of my editors. So I just wanted to give you a brief overview of Cambodia. Cambodia is home to roughly 16 million people. It has the fourth largest youth population in Southeast Asia. According to the General Population Census, in 2019, 1 in 6 Cambodians was between 15 and 24 years old. And more than a quarter of the population was at the age of between 15 and 29. What we're seeing right now is still very much a rural population, which hovers around 70%. However, we are seeing increased migration from rural to urban. One of the great things about Cambodia, it has very high English literacy. And there is an increasing number of students attending post-secondary, not just in the city, but abroad, in places like Canada, the United States, in France, in Japan, and in China. Against the backdrop of a youthful and increasingly educated population, we can understand how the proliferation of drones that we've seen over the last few years, especially for recreational use. And it is exactly what is driving technology adoption is this youthful population. They're very quick to adopt technology, and social media is very prolific here. It's very, very common to see young people not only use drones, but build their own drones. We have a government university where we had students build a piloted drone with dreams to build a firefighting drone. We have a new research and development center for young engineering graduates called AI Farm Robotics, and they're also in the business of making recreational drones. We also have high school and university competitions. And what we're seeing is schools are cultivating drone and tech interest. Against the rise and proliferation of drones, Cambodia, like all countries, face security issues. We've had also very high-profile cases involving tourists, which are prompting a greater conversation and action to regulate drones. So currently we have a draft law pending, and conversations are happening at the CAA, as well as with other ministries and with national defense and with the police as well. And given that DJI is actually has penetrated the market quite well here in Cambodia, we've also had conversations with the DJI to have no drone fly zones. And investigations are now starting to take place and greater coordination is happening. This area will continue to strengthen. However, as in many cases that we see, especially in aviation, we see industry pushing for development and the regulatory oversight lagging. And really, we're kind of at a pivotal moment where Cambodia is very much open to tourism, open for business, and we're seeing a notable increase of drones across various industries. It started with the usual suspects with entertainment, film, real estate. But as one of the top global countries recognized for certain products like rice and fruit, we're also seeing drones in agriculture. It's very much a topic of conversation, from crop spraying to field health monitoring. We're seeing farms, even local farmers, employ drones. Naturally, the use of drones in one industry leads to a conversation in other industries, including emergency response, firefighting, and cargo, to name a few. So we're playing a game right now of catch up between the regulatory and the industry. And then to ensure a fair and reasonable environment, we need to focus on capacity building. We need to get to a place where we have specialized professionals who live, breathe, eat drones, who stay on top of trends and development. At the same time, when we look at regulations abroad, especially beyond line of sight, what works in one country may not work in another. Regulation, oversight, and industry applications need to fit the needs of the country, as well as national security. This brings us to needing ongoing coordination between the CAA and authorities, and continually building off past cooperative efforts. There's also a huge gap in public awareness. So a campaign is very much needed to fill this gap, plus information for tourists and expats. This is currently being developed, and in the future, it will be able to help streamline information and as well as permit applications. In last thoughts, Cambodia is a highly liberal country. After a lull over the pandemic, it's very much open to business. Given its ruralness and position on the coast, it's very much a country that could host research and development activities, especially in the AAM eVTOL sector. And while eVTOL is still very much a novel concept, the liberalness of Cambodia could cultivate adoption, especially in tourism, domestic, and cross-border. At the same time, we still need to build that human capacity. So it'll be very interesting to see as our bigger neighbors, China, Japan, South Korea, develop, how we respond to them. They are what we say very friendly neighbors, and welcome investment from East Asia, but also all over the world. And so I think also as eVTOLs and the application of drones develop, especially in emergency response, we will see Cambodia willingness to adopt that technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenny. Next is India, our liaison for India. That's Bahir.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone. I'm sure we are in all different time zones. I think India doesn't need much of an introduction. We are one of the most populated country with rapid urbanization that is taking place. We are looking at different ways of upgrading our transport infrastructure. Indian government has been focusing on high-speed rails, metro, railway stations, airports, all sorts of modes of transport. And advanced air mobility is not far behind. I would say that in last 1 year there has been a couple of things that have come up. As first one was the Advanced Short Haul Air Mobility Conference. That was a business commercial conference that took place in March, where a lot of MOUs were signed with most of the international companies like Hunch, Jaunt Air Mobility, and other international players. If you have been following the news, you would have noticed that Archer and Indigo, one of the biggest airline in India, have already signed an MOU to start an air taxi in Delhi. And the most recent one has been with the SkyDrive, Japan. I saw that there was someone from SkyDrive going to speak. So they've signed an MOU with the government of Gujarat to figure out how the eVTOL aircraft operations can be started in the country or in the state. There has been several startups that have come up. There are at least 4 or 5 of them whom I have spoken to or know personally. And there are many more in pipeline. All of them have either a prototype or a concept design that they are planning to launch. Some of them are from famous institutes like IIT of India. And I would say the last thing as of now is that DGCA, the regulatory body, has also started to show interest. They realize that they have to catch up, and they are trying to kind of figure out how they will start regulating and how you will establish the regulations for operations that needs to start by 2026. One of the key place that this was discussed was the ICAM's conference that happened in December, where the academia, the business industry, the regulator, all of them were there and trying to figure out, have a workshop on how to kind of take this forward. So that's the clear status update from my side for India, and I'll be happy to connect and answer more questions if anyone has later. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mahir. Thank you very much. Next on the line is our liaison for Kenya, Mercy. Mercy, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, take it away, Mercy. Go on.
Okay, Jumbo and good evening, everyone. I am delighted to be attending this Global AAM Forum and for the opportunity to make a presentation on behalf of my country, Kenya. My name is Mercy Makau. I'm the president and founder of the Young Aviators Club of Africa, the CEO of the Recreational Aviation Association of Kenya, and the chairperson of Drone Club Kenya. Kenya has a population of 54 million, 80% of who are youth aged between 35 and below. This is a huge population that has potential to drive the AAM agenda in Kenya. Our regulatory body is the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, which falls under the Ministry of Transport. This ministry has two directorates, that is the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority and the Kenya Airports Authority. For operations in Kenya, one needs to get clearance from a multi-agency. The first one being the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. To operate also, they need to notify the Kenya Airports Authority. When it comes to importation, another player comes in place, and that is the Kenya Revenue Authority under Customs. Licensing is done by the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. However, when it comes to import and special operations, another player comes into place, and that is the Ministry of Defense. Our GDP is at 80 billion. The drone sector has been very vibrant in Kenya, and we have seen drone deliveries taking flight in remote areas with the delivery of essential commodities, medical supplies, and this has been possible through a partnership with Zipline, and we have such operations in Western Kenya. We've seen partnering with global leaders like Air Mobility, and this has turned to us seeing the Kenya pioneer in urban air mobility pilot projects. And this is testing the future of transportation. Kenya is building a robust regulatory framework for AAM. I'm delighted to inform you that I have been part of the committee that has been reviewing these regulations. We are including air traffic management and safety guidelines and paving way for responsible adoption and review of these regulations and regular review of this regulation. We have global experts on board, and this is attracting international companies for collaboration and to contribute to Kenyan arms revolution. We have seen the involvement of youth in our universities and high schools. And we have an example of the Kenya Technical University, where fifth-year aeronautical engineering students last year decided to take up drone projects as for their final year. And we saw them coming up with prototypes of amphibian drones, agricultural drones, medical drones, and drones even specially designed for search and rescue. In Kenya, we have drones being used a lot in real estate, land surveys, films and TV, photography, marketing, and for agriculture. The challenges that we are facing as a country are especially from our vibrant youth population. We find that our youth seem to be 10 paces ahead of the regulations, and this has called for regular review. We're building skywards. We still need to develop vertiports, charging station, a robot air transport management system for seamless integration. We still have a long way to go in earning public trust, engaging communities through education and awareness campaigns, building trust and addressing potential concerns surrounding safety first, implementation of rigorous regulations, and prioritizing secure operations to ensure public confidence in armed technology. Urban drone delivery is still to be actualized. While drones deliveries thrive in our remote areas, its uptake in cities like Nairobi remain on hold due to proximity to airports and flight paths. However, solutions and alternative applications are actively being explored for urban environment by KCAA. There is also great need to create an enabling environment for the youth to develop the much needed human capacity for this budding industry. The most popular marketing sites in Kenya are Google, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. Thank you for that. Next on the line is South Africa. That's Louise.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Louise, take it away.
Great, thank you. Right, I'll start by giving an overview of the drone industry in South Africa to help start set the context. We have, if I can have the next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah, we have very robust civil aviation regulations, Part 101, that require operators to be certified. And once certified, certain activities can take place depending on your certification. For example, operating in controlled airspace, BVLOS, and deploying goods and crop spraying. We have around 100 operators in South Africa, applications focusing on mining, security, agriculture, conservation surveying and mapping. We have a small number of OEMs for aircraft manufacture and software development, which generally have a global market. And also it's worth bearing in mind that we do have a well-developed aerospace industry for manned aviation, focusing on civil aviation and military. If I can have the next slide, please. Thanks. This just gives if you want to find out more information about the status of South Africa's drone industry, here's some reports. The Drone Industry Insights published their summary of South Africa in December. That's on the left-hand side there. And then 2 reports, very detailed reports, were produced by the African Institute for Entrepreneurship. And these addressed the current state of the industry, published in 21, as well as the growth of the industry around the concept of UTM. And this was published in 22. And they are pretty optimistic reports, and they certainly focus on the great potential that drones have to offer South Africa. But there are challenges, which I will come to. If I can have the next slide, please. Thank you. In terms of AAM, really, there is no coordinated or concrete action being taken at the national level. And this is in general for the drone space, but especially for AAM. There is some isolated interest that is starting to occur. The Department of Transport showed an interest on that position paper on UTM and the future of drone technology. From that paper, a drone corridor is recognized as an important catalyst for growing the industry in South Africa and equally growing the interest. And there is provincial action being taken in terms of establishing a corridor. But generally, there is action or dialogue, should I say, taking place behind the scenes through the group, the UTM corridor group that's referenced there, that was created as part of the paper, the position paper. If I can ask you to jump ahead and again. Thank you. In terms of the challenges, I think the overriding one is we do not have a written government policy or ambition for this sector. There's no coordinating strategic plan. There's no focus on supporting the emerging aviation technology as a whole. And really, there's no umbrella entity that has dedicated capacity for representing the skills and the industry for growing the drone industry. It generally tends to be an add-on, somebody in the manned aviation, for example, and then they have, well, can you go and look after this? There's no, as a consequence, there's no large-scale funding or investment programs that are following, and equally there isn't a government supported research and development in the drone sector that I know of. Also, that tends to be difficult is there is a slow rate of change in the regulatory environment in particular, and this has the knock-on effects, whether it's investment, whether it's interest, whether it's prevalent, you know, the drone industry being visible. And ultimately, there is no specific reference to or really demand for AAM and the associated aspects of it, which is what has been said already. If you can jump ahead for me, please. Next. Thank you very much. In terms of the opportunities, though, there is a growing awareness. There is some isolated support in government departments. There is some degree of coordination happening from the private sector as well as through our Civil Aviation Authority, who hosts a liaison committee. And equally, the UTM working group I've mentioned, there is action going on with people driving the industry. There is provincial action taking place to get a corridor underway. And as I said, this is a catalyst for growing the industry. There are many good people, advocates, operators, professionals and beneficiaries who are all looking to drive and grow this industry. There are some very highly successful achievements from the domestic and international influence from companies such as Aerobotics with AgTech and Alta UAS with larger drone manufacturer and rocket mine. And then ultimately, there is a push for the adoption of the categorization model along the lines of the EU model. And this is in another catalyst that's being seen to help grow the industry and therefore grow interest. And this is in early stages for implementation. So these are the opportunities. If I can have the last slide. Oh, sorry, almost. Next one, please. Yeah, just to close, we do have a challenging, but it is an evolving regulatory environment. We have a small but a very strong industry sector that is focusing on small to medium UAS. There is no shortage of individuals across the regulatory public and private sector that recognize the value and want to take active roles in advancing this industry. However, there is no demand. There is little to no demand for AAM at present. And really, without national all-embracing coordination policies or strategies, we're not going to see funding or investment. We need a driver, for example, like the Olympics. You know, something like that would act as a catalyst, again, for driving support and interest and investment. But to leave on a positive note, really, the implementation of the categorization model and the drone corridor really being seen as an opportunity to really boost awareness, to grow this market, to grow activity in the drone industry, and ultimately gain public support, public interest, and government support for the drone industry and equally AAM. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you for the great insight. We shall now go on a 5-minute break. That will ensure, we have a bit of breather and we can convene back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a bit of a refresher in there. Next up is Dr. Delashki Majumdar. She's an assistant professor from University of Arkansas. She's got a few words for us today. Dr. Delashki, you got your presentation slides. I think, yeah, we've enabled sharing for you if you want to share your slides.
Hi, everyone. I'm delighted to be here, and I am actually sharing my slides. I don't know if you can see it.
Go on.
Please let me know if you can't see my slides.
I'll just stop sharing. Yes, I can see your slides. Go on.
Okay. All right. So I'm Dr. Nilakshi Majumdar. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Arkansas, USA. And I'm originally from India. So I came to US back in 2016. And then I finished my PhD in aerospace engineering from Purdue University. I'm also working towards my private pilot license with more than 130 flying hours that I have in the last 6 years. And my research is basically focused on aerospace systems, engineering, and aviation safety. In my PhD research, I've focused on loss of control accidents in general aviation in the US. We did a few studies with pilots, surveys and interviews, and analyzed the data that's available publicly in the US for those kind of accidents. Currently in my lab in University of Arkansas, we are focusing on 4 different areas, including aviation accidents, pilot proficiency, and flight training. So using flight simulators, we are designing experiments as to like how pilots handle the aircraft control or like manage different risks and different kind of maneuvers in order to prevent any pertaining accidents or incidents. Then we are also focusing on other things such as unmanned aircraft system operations, which again is overlapping with advanced air mobility. So a few things requires some kind of attention in terms of research and development would be translating the safety efforts that have been applied to commercial aviation, to general aviation, of course, but also to advanced air mobility. And in the future, we are planning to focus more on the safety analysis of advanced air mobility. So everybody has talked about it, although, AAM has some commonalities with commercial and general aviation. There are the propulsion and mission type and other automation levels would be different than the existing aviation industry. And there are several challenges of safely implementing AAM, such as new safety risks unique to its operations and mission type. So through our research efforts, we want to determine how can we, translate those safety efforts from the current aviation industry to AAM. And some of the questions or some of the research areas that we want to explore is how can we model those autonomous operations, or how can we model different kind of missions that goes under AAM. And then how can we safely integrate advanced air mobility into the existing infrastructure? And particularly, how will the current safety evaluation approaches evolve to consider the safety status in AAM? There are also potential negative impacts that can be considered or has to be considered when integrating AAM, such as noise concerns, introduction of new safety risks that may happen, an increased carbon footprint if not electric, and other related societal concerns. So AAM will have to demonstrate the high safety levels expected by the public for modern air transportation systems. And these requirements sets serve as a target for standard development and the systems based on them, and ultimately new flight rule sets for the national airspace system, be it in the US or other countries around the world. And then I would like to quickly talk about because I'm from India, I think the US has a great infrastructure to integrate AAM into it. But talking about India, if you compare the status of AAM development and also integration across different countries like US and India, India has the potential for around almost 4,000 domestic routes between airports, but only a fraction of which are currently served by the traditional aviation. And then there have been studies by different organizations such as McKinsey, and they found out that Indians are among the most likely early adopters of AAM services. So almost 1/3 of Indians said that they would consider using an eVTOL or other new aircraft depending on the use case. And then as Mihir talked about Archer, being developed and like developing AM possibilities in India. There are other companies such as Jet Set Go as well. They have announced a series of orders that could see it add up to around 300 advanced air mobility aircraft into its fleet. Drone operations, India has a fairly liberalized drone regime with more than 80% of its landmass designated as a green zone. So that permits diverse drone operations. And then there are definitely a lot of challenges that should be considered, such as integration into the current airspace. So, we talked about like having many domestic routes, but, only a fraction of it being used. Then regulatory framework. The DGCA, working with other companies in order to make more regulatory sets. And then funding for AM operations. And then finally, like infrastructure and workforce development, lots of work needs to be done there, and public acceptance, is another critical challenge that needs to be considered in general everywhere, worldwide. And I think, that's my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nilashki. Appreciate that. Next on the line is Isabel, our liaison from Sweden. Let me just share my screen. Isabel?
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Isabel Nyroth. I am representing Sweden. My affiliation is through my company Everbrins, which is a consultancy company specialized in drone operations. I've been in the commercial drone industry since about 10 years. Let's kick this off. The population of Sweden is about 10.5 million people. The regulatory body is the Swedish Transport Agency, also known as Transportstyrelsen. And some of the major achievements that Sweden has is there are currently AAM projects being planned and executed. Among these, the focus is mainly on last mile transportation and UTM, so traffic management. There is a test of integrating drone delivery, logistics, and infrastructure. We currently do not have that much AAM infrastructure in place, but it is something that is actively being worked on and in mind for how the infrastructure will look in the future. Sweden does have a few established companies within AAM, mainly in services and in hardware. We do have a drone vertiport operator based in Sweden working worldwide. We have a few UAS systems that are designed for delivery and logistics purposes. And some of these are successfully making the news, making headlines in actually delivering goods and setting a pretty good bar for public acceptance. So that is a very positive development. However, we do have challenges as well. Not to mention right now it is January, it is cold. We had negative 22 degrees Celsius last week, and that is a geographical challenge to support any kind of new development in unmanned aviation. But besides that, specifically to AAM, regulatory framework is a challenge because it is not in place to fully support AAM. But it is being taken into consideration. I think, it's a global issue, but hopefully, we will work towards it. And I think that our regulatory body is at least open to developing something in the future that will support the demand for this type of infrastructure. Along with the challenge of the regulatory framework, it is a challenge to find the funding and budget for this type of innovation. There are some great research institutions and universities that do find this to be a priority, something to test, something to develop, and that's fantastic. But in general, because it is a tricky place to navigate regulatory-wise, it is hard to find the funding to actually put this in place. And I think that we need to work hard to prove why the funding should be there for this. The third challenge is public acceptance. So even though, you know, this technology, funnily enough, you know, it's something that I think we've all been aware about, that, you know, we've been talking about passenger drones for a long time. If I ask the people around me that are not in any way involved in the drone industry, they all kind of assume that, well, isn't this already something that exists? Because most people have seen at some point in the last few years a photo or a video of passenger drones happening somewhere in the world. They're very much aware of the concept and they welcome it. However, it's not something that's here. It's not something that is affecting somebody yet to the public. So I think once that actually starts becoming something that integrates into society here, there will be a lot of pushback, and there already is a bit of, you know, pushback in regular commercial drones, especially when you're talking about that happening in urban environments. So yeah, it's kind of a global issue about public acceptance, but even though Sweden is generally open to new technology, it is very much more publicly acceptable when it is proven to be useful, beneficial, or economically viable. Some key media platforms to find out more or to follow news in Sweden is mainly LinkedIn. LinkedIn is kind of the hub, but I wouldn't say specifically to Sweden. It's more of, you know, there are plenty of community groups on LinkedIn where news are being discussed globally. Sometimes we do find specific, you know, little fragments of this being mentioned in the local news. But I think specifically this kind of conversation is happening online in communities such as LinkedIn. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you for that. Next up is our liaison from Finland, Ari. Please take it away, Ari.
Yes, hello. It's so nice to be here with all of you. So my name is Ari Etelävuori, coming from Finland. My background is in the, like, well, what I usually call it vintage aviation, but in the traditional aviation. So I was working for 34 years for Finnish flag carrier Finnair, retired 2 years ago as a pilot, but also did majority of my career where I was working in quality and safety management systems, and then also in the flight operations and training stuff. And then 2 years ago, I studied as a senior lecturer in Haaga-Helia University of Applied Sciences in the aviation business degree program, so the BBA and MBA programs. Currently teaching, for example, our AAM course, and had the privilege of having Dan there as a visiting lecturer at the end of last year. But what comes to Finland as an AAM country, well, we have a small market, maybe I think the smallest that we have today. So population 5.5 million. Regulatory body is EASA, so our national civil aviation authority is called Traficom. Achievements, yeah, I think that I can't brag too much about our achievements in this field. So we are mainly maybe taking part of some bigger projects, like there are a couple of mentions, the AirMod project, Horizon funded. So a lot of EU money that we kind of try to use. And then I think one of the achievements was that the Urban Air Mobility Guidebook for the adoption of drones in cities. And then CESAR JU project, integrated urban airspace validation. But what comes to those achievements, so we have lately we have been doing a lot of AAM studies concerning cities. but that is also one of the challenges, that we don't have so much coordination between those cities, but even not on the governmental level. So there are, I think somebody else mentioned that as well, that there is basically almost no coordination, and nobody is really taking the lead. And probably that's why also we are only kind of participating these others projects. And then about urban airspace validation, our own use space is not there at all yet. So, and we have also kind of a challenge concerning who's going to be the service provider. We have FinTraffic ANS, which is providing air navigation services to the traditional aviation, but they are reluctant to go to this space. Of course, they could be kind of almost mandated to do that, but we haven't gone to that direction yet. Yeah, could you go back to the previous slide for a while? Yeah. Yeah, okay, couple of other challenges. So slow operator approval process, especially for those operations leading those special operations risk analysis. And yeah, well, okay. Yeah, maybe I said it all. You can go to the next one. But what kind of came into my mind concerning those challenges. So all of this affects also the public acceptance as well. So the truth is that we are not probably doing enough concerning this area, and people don't really see some awesome things happening through AAM development, and this also reflects to our young people. So we have some study programs in Finland dedicated to train drone operators or skills to enable manufacturing of drones, etc. So pretty interesting areas, but and we have a lot of people interested in flying drones. So taking pictures, videos of their own boat and of their own yards and so forth. And actually our biggest, so we have a lot of these A1, A2, A3 licenses, and the biggest drone operator in Finland is actually our police force. So mainly kind of surveillance and monitoring functions, and interesting areas as such. But our youngsters don't see AAM so far as a source of income so for that reason, there are not that many applicants for those programs, even though that they are in otherwise pretty interesting, and young people are especially interested in flying those drones. For us in Haaga-Heidi University, it's easier because we are deeply involved in the traditional aviation, vintage aviation as well. Then a couple of words about this additional information. Yeah, so we generally consider EASA regulations being a good thing, so pretty clear, straightforward, even though that not everything is ready yet. The safety prioritization is there, and it ensures the development of the drone industry in general. Yeah, we have several drone manufacturers and software companies, but kind of startups, small ones like our market is. And then maybe one of the biggest players is our Technical Research Center of Finland, so governmentally operated. Then we have a couple of these small airports that have their own research centers, like Redstone are operating from Pyhtää, Helsinki East Airdrome, and then some things happening in Seinäjoki as well. Seinäjoki has a contract with the Dronomics, and they are trying to integrate then some drone traffic, drone logistics with that. Pyhtää is working with Aero Avia. And then there is the Southeastern Finland University of Applied Sciences, and basically us who are working. And one of our goals is to move forward on the integration and coordination. So we have this own seminar planned and organized by our students 26th of April this year, and we are really targeting on that. But yeah, I think my 5 minutes already went, so thank you for this opportunity, and it was nice to have this opportunity to present to you guys.
Thank you, Ari. I appreciate that. Next on is Poland. Małgorzata.
Hello, everyone. Hello, morning, good evening, good afternoon. My name is Małgorzata Wojtas. I'm representing Institute of Aviation. I'm head of the thermical and mechanical section in Institute. Okay, I prepared really general presentation, maybe too general for this meeting. Poland have approximately 33 million people. Unfortunately, our society is aged, so it could be a few million less in a few years. About regulatory body in Poland is Polish Civil Aviation Authority, and of course EASA, because we're in the European Union. Achievements. I would like to say that we take part with some project, European Horizon Europe project, and we collaborate with leaders in UAM. For implementation, we have pilot programs and flights, autonomous flights in urban areas in Europe. Poland also in this during this project establish metropolis like in Polish region, one Polish region which brings together cities. It's a region in, you can see the GZM region is a region of Zagłębie and Upper Silesia, Śląsk in Polish, where the flights were established on urban areas, especially drones and cargo drones, flights. Poland also take part in project according to prepared guidelines and terms of safety, sustainability, and acceptance for urban air mobility. What about challenges? I put here some very general challenges like infrastructure development. Poland. I think Poland is not prepared for with infrastructure, safety, and environmental impact, which are very important for the society acceptance. And I think one of the most important in Poland for the society acceptance is noise. Sorry. I know this because in Poland, airports near the city has always some complaints about the noises from people, and I think it will be one of the most important points here. About some more. So we in Poland, in my institute exactly, have working with Polish aviation authority and with preparing some guidelines and some risk assessment for drone operators. We have also prepared our own program for the operators, which include risk assessment, as I say. We have also a few startups, I will say, we are now working and speaking with two of them in Syndrome, which are working in project about air taxis. But as far as I know, they will try the air taxis in Italy. They have some plans for Bari, I think. And then second startup is Bakari. It's also working now for some air taxis. But still the market, I think, is not Poland for them, but other countries, bigger countries. I go fast for my presentation and to end this. So key media platforms, I think it's LinkedIn. It's the best place you can find information about what is happening in the world, in global, in advanced air mobility, and also Twitter, X now. And in Poland, for the regular user, which the older user, which don't use platforms like LinkedIn or X, we have a Polish public television, and they also have some on their web page, have some place where people can find information about new technology, also about the drones and future mobility. And you can go for my last slide, and it's I like to always say something funny in my presentation. Like you can see on right side of my slide, I put some graph, and I find some research, some in different countries. It was China, I remember, Poland, USA, I think, yes, and others. But what was interesting here, that people asked about benefits from advanced air mobility, urban air mobility. They in Poland, quite number of people say that it will be fun to fly. It was the biggest amount of people than other countries. So I think it will be fun to fly. It will be fun to work with people which are from urban air mobility, advanced air mobility, which will be fun to design some taxis, some drones. So in that way, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Małgorzata. Thanks for that delivery. Next up is our liaison for Germany, Veruska.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So good morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone. Firstly, I would like to say that it's a great pleasure to be here participating in our first Global AAM Forum. My name is Veruska Dias. I have background in aerospace engineering and 13 years of experience in aviation, the last 7 exclusively in drones and advanced air mobility, area in which I also developed my PhD. I am here today to talk about Germany, the country where I work at Accenture as a consultant in business strategy and development of AAM products and services. Germany has a population of around 83 million people, and it is divided into 16 states. We are under the EASA regulatory framework. EASA takes direct responsibility for design topics. Our national regulatory body is LBA, which directly authorizes the operation in 9 of the 16 states, while in the others, we run the process directly with the state authorities. In one hand, the fact that we have several state authorities involved in the decision-making process creates some challenges, when it comes to standardization. In other hand, it accelerates the development of advanced air mobility market at the national level, avoiding certain bottlenecks at the flow of the authorization for operation, like we see in other countries. So promoting scalability at commercial level. Furthermore, we also host the IASA headquarters here in Cologne, which is a hub for important discussions and decisions in advanced air mobility, which also further encourages the country's involvement with developments in this area. Regarding achievements, I begin by highlighting German eVTOL manufacturers, such as Volocopter and Lilium, who in recent years has positioned the country as a global leader in AAM technology, and as OEMs are very well positioned in this market, being at an advanced stage of product development and also certification. What generates important national movement when we think about promote advances in regulation, for example, and enable scaled commercial operations. Implementation of new space and the integration between managed and unmanned aviation are topics undergoing rapid development here in our country. In this sense, I would like to highlight two recent developments. Firstly, the setup of U-Space Real Laboratory at the German Aerospace Center, DLR, site in Koststadt, which are all relevant to U-Space services. The project is started in January 2023 and will be concluded in December 2026. In this new lab, it basically included all the key aspects that are relevant to validate this technology. So U-Space Aerospace, necessary infrastructure, and a wide range of services. So there we are simulating different geographic regions realistically, what will allow us to validate the U-Space in several areas, not only here in Germany, but also in Europe. Still regarding U-Space services, we also have another project called the U-Space Northwest that aims to create an integrative airspace that will successively establish airspace structure for managed and unmanaged aviation. Last year, we had the first approval for UAS BVLOS flights over a total area of 3,600 square kilometers, and the expansion is planned and also underway. Finally, I would like to highlight some national achievements in terms of market strategy. So last year, the German Aerospace Industries Association released an update to the Germany AAM roadmap. The document details important characteristics of what is expected in terms of evolution until 2030, following the federal government of Germany's action plan that was released in 2020. And also last year, the German Aerospace Center submitted to ICAO Council a scientific assessment of economic and societal factors of unmanned aero vehicles. It was developed over more than 2 years, and with the aim of creating some independent scientific statement from 27 countries that are leading the aeronautical research in advanced air mobility around the world. So we have a lot of achievements in such a short time. So in my opinion, I think things are going well here for advanced air mobility when I compare with other countries. We still have many challenges for sure, but we have national initiatives that took place between 2020 and 2023 that included population surveys. For example, the project called the Horizon UAM. And there, because of this kind of project, we have a well-established vision about what is the local acceptance and what are the main challenges, which give us full condition to advance with sustainable implementation of advanced air mobility. I will highlight 3 major challenges here that we identified using the surveys. First one, go beyond the public services by promoting increased social acceptance for individual or commercial proposals, such as advertising, leisure, and package delivery as a key condition for scaling advanced air mobility operation. Second one, providing lower ticket prices and shorter access and egress to vertiports as key condition to drive demand for advanced air mobility. And finally, harmonization of new and existing rules for airworthiness, air operations, flight crew, licensing, and also air rules at global level. In terms of channel, I can say that Germany is innovative in many aspects, but still a very conservative country when we talk about communication channels. So the main media platforms for AAM at national level are the DW News channel and websites of the main actors of the ecosystem. For example, German Aerospace Industry Association, and also Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport, for example. We also see some interaction on social networks, like, for example, X and LinkedIn, but it's still in low level when compared with specific websites. So that's all. I hope I have contributed to creating a clear vision of the development of this topic in this industry here in Germany. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Veruska. Thank you for presenting the state of AAM in Germany. Appreciate that. Next up is a liaison for Ireland, Julie. Hello, Julie.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me online. I really appreciate it. And good morning to those and good evening to those in different time zones. My name is Julie Garland. I'm the founder and CEO of AVTrain, where we train and certify drone pilots and operators. And I do have a very firm belief that the drone industry is the cornerstone and the foundation stone for what we're going to develop into in the advanced air mobility industry. We have a real opportunity to take learnings, to look at the expansion of operations, take what we know now, take the regulatory environment that we have now, and then build on that as a foundation, both from a pilot training, from an operator certification, from an aircraft certification point of view. So there's multiple different facets. To give you a little bit of information about myself, my background is as an aircraft maintenance engineer, an airline pilot, and a lawyer. And so it's the three main pillars that we have traditionally, or should I say in traditional aviation, where we have, airworthiness, we have flight operations, and we have all the legal quagmire that we found ourselves in. So it's the qualifications in those three areas that have really brought me towards this industry and looking at trying to cross the bridge between those three, because we really need to cross over these siloed approaches that we've had in traditional aviation in order to facilitate the advanced air mobility. And my latest qualification as of yesterday is becoming an open water diver. So I'm very pleased with myself at the moment. I'm calling in from Lanzarote, where I've just completed my diving license. I'm the founding and current vice chair of the Unmanned Aircraft Association, which we established back in 2014. And we've got over 600 members. And when you consider that we only have a population of 5.2 million here in Ireland, it's a very significant portion of that have become members. And we use that as a professional body over the drone industry, and ultimately may look towards the advanced air mobility industry as well, and becoming the umbrella association for that too. As part of my role within the Unmanned Aircraft Association, while I was chair, we brought it towards JEDA, which we call ourselves the JEDA Warriors. We're the Joint European Drone Associations, and that's an association of associations. We've got 22 associations as members, representing 20 European member states. So we really have a good, broad industry perspective, particularly from the operators, not really from the hobby side of it, but mainly from commercial operators. And as part of JEDA, I sit on JARIS. So JARIS is the Joint Authorities for Rulemaking on Unmanned Systems. And for those of you who are not familiar with JARIS, JARIS is made up about 70% of industry and regulators from around the globe. And then the other 30% is made up from the industry. So we have what's called the ISB, the Industry Stakeholders Body. And I sit as the vice chair of the industry stakeholders body. So the idea of JARIS is looking at the current regulation. So we've produced risk assessments, risk management processes that can really be used and can be used up into the significant kind of Sale 5 and Sale 6 categories. So these much higher risk, larger aircraft operating, and the only barrier into the certified category then is actually carrying people on board these aircraft. But the existing risk management processes are available for the industry to use as we grow towards the fully certified category. I mentioned Ireland, population of 5.2 million. Within that, then, we don't at the moment have a huge advanced air mobility industry. And part of the reason I believe for that is because we don't have an OEM that's based here in Ireland. If we had an OEM, I believe that it focuses the mind of the regulator within the National Aviation Authority within that country in order to look towards the certification processes, the infrastructure processes, and so on. So at the moment, we look very much to the drone industry from the development of the industry point of view, and also then looking towards attracting an OEM to Ireland to establish particularly their European base of operations. So at the moment, we've over 17,000 drone pilots with holding certificates. We've got out of that, over 500 of them are operating within the specific category, and we have over 100 operational authorizations for operators within the specific category. We also have 4 what are called LUC holders. So these are Light Unmanned Aircraft Systems Operator Certification. So this is like an AOC Light in the EASA. So as a LUC holder, you're allowed to self-authorize your own operations. And it's really moving towards that bridge between what we have as an operational authorization for drones and what we will have as an AOC for the certified category for advanced air mobility. And this is the in-between where the operator themselves has to build up safety management system and a compliance monitoring system so that they can self-authorize their own operations. So we're really taking those big strides towards the support of the advanced air mobility industry, but we do have a lot of work still to go. So I mentioned, we've got the UAI, JEDA, JARIS, the industry stakeholders bodies there. What we're doing at the moment really is looking towards building out the ecosystem here in Ireland as well, so that we can support an OEM coming in. One of the ways of doing this is through the ALU Air project, which is a CESAR joint undertaking. It's a €5.5 million project funded through CESAR. And we have partners within that. Avtrain is a partner, but also Future Mobility Campus Ireland is the consortium lead. We have Shannon Airport Group, and we have Collins Aerospace. We have AirNav Ireland as the ANSP. We have Mana Drone Delivery as the operator, and then we have Deep Blue as well. The whole idea of this is to build out a digital sky demonstrator in order to look towards the enablement of the industry when we look towards the lower airspace management and how do we go about managing that airspace and looking at low-level radar and the identification and facilitation of the industry. Also, we're setting out a feasibility study looking at funding a vertiport based out of Shannon Airport, which is finished and submitted. Future Mobility Campus Ireland submitted the feasibility study in order to apply for funding to build out a vertiport. But a vertiport they're like fax machines. There's no point in having one of them. You need somewhere else to go. So I was interested to see in the chat there Stephen's comment about privately funded vertiports, and I really do think that it is going to be the way forward at the initial stages of the industry. But to really have the industry grow and develop, we do need government input and government's funding and supports into the industry. Where, as I said, we are working with an OEM to establish their European base out of Ireland. Part of the reasons around this is what we can offer is, very significant government supports through the likes of Enterprise Ireland, the Industrial Development Agency. Since our closest cousins, I know Philip is coming up shortly, since our closest cousins in the UK, sorry to mention the B word, but since Brexit, we've been left as the last native English speaking country within EASA. And while that's, a lot of EASA member states do fluently speak English, particularly as the language of aviation, when you're looking towards the likes of US companies coming into Europe, they do certainly favour that. And it's certainly been an advantage from Ireland's point of view and a good selling point. We are in the EASA environment. We have a very positive regulator here in Ireland as well, positive tax regime, and we also have the skills sets available. So then some of the challenges that we're facing, and throughout today, I think these challenges are repeated over and over again. The first being the rate of regulatory development and the implementation of those regulations. In December, we had the 4th publication of the proposed means of compliance for the special conditions eVTOL going out to consultation again for comment. And I believe that's open until March. which is really positive. It shows that development, but we still don't have a regulation. It's still a special condition rather than regulation. Societal acceptance, again, drone industry has been taken up. It's been very positive, but there has been some kickback on the societal acceptance with regards to advanced air mobility and eVTOL. And we particularly saw that it was mentioned earlier by one of the speakers with regards to France and the Olympics, and the really serious kickback from the French councils on whether or not it's necessary, whether or not air taxis are necessary for the purposes that they're being used for the Paris Olympics. I agree with Louise when she mentioned earlier on about we're very much event orientated at the moment. So everybody's linking their launch to a major event. In Ireland, I think ours is going to be the Ryder Cup in 2027. And I think that's a really realistic target to have vertiports in operation, to have a certified aircraft operating, and to be able to carry people to and from the Ryder Cup. I do think to some degree, though, we live in a little bit of a bubble in the industry, and we think that everybody knows what advanced air mobility is. And I do think we've got a huge way to go for the industry, for the acceptance of the industry, and educating the general public on what this is and what the benefits are, and in particular around the green aspects and the environmental considerations. The last point I just wanted to make on it, I think the funding within the industry is also a huge challenge, the continued and ongoing funding. I think there will be some industry consolidation. We're living in a very difficult financing environment, funding environment, with possibly what may have been somewhat inflated valuations on companies. With that, I think my 5 minutes is probably up. There is some media platforms there. I'm not sure if the links will work, but we're very much on LinkedIn. We're very proactive on LinkedIn about supporting the industry, sharing information as well. And please keep in touch. And Dan, thanks so much to you and the team for putting this together. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Thanks for that great delivery. Thank you very much. At this point, I'll say we take a breather because there's been a lot being said here. So I'll say take a 5 minutes break, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, this is Eduardo.
Mine is Eduardo from Brazil.
Yes. Hi. Good morning to everybody. My name is Eduardo de Vasconcelos. I'm a communications engineer by background. And I have a master's degree in systems engineering, computer science, and operations research. And I have been working now for 50 years, the first 35 of them in telecommunications and information technology in the banking industry, mostly with digital transformation projects. And since 2008, I made a diversion into aviation, starting with the large-scale, long-endurance drones for the Brazilian Federal Police in a border protection program with Israel Aerospace Industries. And I also had a responsibility for DJAX aircraft maintenance, which is a civil and military aviation maintenance and modernization outfit in São José dos Campos, neighbor to Embraer, where we did major servicing to C-130s, the Boeing family, the Airbus family, Pilatus aircraft, AgustaWestland mission helicopters, and that's basically it. Following that, I've worked as an independent consultant with my ARPA's Ops consulting company for companies like Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Rheinmetall Defense, and Rockwell Collins, and Global Logistics International. So that's me. I'm trusting that you all have the images of the Christ, the traffic jams in São Paulo, and the remote areas of the Amazon in your mind when we talk about Brazil. So I've spared that this time and go straight into the topics that we need to cover. Brazil is a federative republic. It was discovered in 1500 and became a republic in 1889. Our population is 216 million of the 2023 census that just got completed. The regulatory bodies for AAM, or aviation in general, are ANAC, which is a civil aviation agency. It takes care of airworthiness type certificates, pilots, operations, maintenance, and also airports or aerodrome facilities. The DSEA is the ANSP and Airspace Access Authority in the country. So they're mostly responsible for the airport towers, for the staff and all that. They are a division of the Brazilian Air Force, which also takes care of the military airspace. And Anatel is a telecommunications agency, and they take care of spectrum, connectivity, type approval of certain telecom gears and that go inside aircraft also. I must say these three guys are working pretty well in coordination, and we're seeing some advances recently in our aviation regulations in general. The opportunities here that I see for Brazil is given its huge dimensions. I would see more the regional mobility, air mobility market as a focus, and that's also an opportunity because it's a relatively underserved area from the main airline carriers, from the 121 carriers. So there's a lack, and there's an opportunity to operate regionally. Secondly, cargo would be a special opportunity in Brazil. And I think in the next slide, I'm going to give you some figures about that. Passengers would be mostly piloted. Well, what happened? I think, can you go back to the, yes, thank you. PAX would be something that I would say piloted in Brazil for cultural reasons and also technical reasons in the industry, and also there's a strong corporate market that is always there for almost any new technologies, any new opportunities to innovate. So probably corporate might be stronger than persons per se. The challenges that we would face as with most projects or new projects in Brazil is we are a very low income country. I think we're ranking around 10 or 12 in income per capita, but for the resources that the country has, so we might do much better, and we have to do much better on that. But it's essentially a low-income country. There's great inequality in Brazil in terms of social, all the layers in the society, the socioeconomic distribution of wealth, and so on and so forth. And since these types of operations like AAM operators, and aircraft manufacturers, with exception of Eve, which is Embraer, which probably most of you are familiar with, there is great risk aversion, and there's also a lack of capital for initiatives like that. Brazilian entrepreneurs and business people tend to prefer something that runs under the government umbrella. That's an old cultural problem that we have, and the capital formation requirements for those AAM projects are not small. So we either have to count on foreign capital coming into Brazil, or live with smaller and less advanced initiatives in the country. So as far as media, Brazil has 4 major media groups: Globo, Folha, Estado, and Valor, that mostly started as newspapers, printed newspapers, but they are very active in the online and the virtual domain. There are good 2 dozens of aviation specialized magazines, and the usual suspect, the social nets. There is Facebook, WhatsApp, X, LinkedIn, you name it. Next slide, please. So now just some points that I found might give you the boundaries of what I just said. Number one, which is the good news, that has not always been like this, but there's no restriction to foreign ownership in civil aviation. There used to be, but that's done. That's gone. So this makes the Brazilian market more attractive to foreign investments in companies. As far as aviation traffic, aviation in the month of November of last year, I missed the 3 here, sorry. In the end of last year, we had 8 million passengers, 9 million seats, and 8 billion RPK, which is a relatively good thing. So the efficiency between the 8 million packs and the 9 million seats is a relatively good one for airlines in general. 41 million kilograms of cargo has been transported. But the bad news for us, and possibly the good news for an AAM scenario, is that this corresponds only to 3% of the total cargo moved in the country, which takes place mostly on highways. And that's something terrible that we Brazilians have to live with. Can you imagine? Over 90 or 95% of the cargo in Brazil is conveyed over highways with trucks. I think this means a great opportunity for cargo in the AAM scenario. As far as ANAC, the Civil Aviation Agency, they just issued less than 1 month ago an NPRM, so a consultation on airworthiness requirements for the Eve 100, which is Embraer's or Eve's eVTOL for comments. So ANAC is virtually keeping in pace with the developments in this area, especially driven by Eve, which is the most important player here in the country. The SEA, the air traffic entity, is still to publish a CONOPS document for AAM. The SEA is part of ICAO, is part of JAROS, is part of others, Eurocay and Eurocontrol in Europe, and they are very much kind of up to date with what's gone on in the sector. So this CONOPS is now announced for 2024. It slipped here on the 23. As far as aviation traffic that could be beneficial or not to AAM, I believe this is a synergy. This is synergistic with what we're trying to develop. Brazil has over 1,300 helicopters, has 4,500 operations per day, about 3,500 pilots, and 45 of those helicopters are in the city of São Paulo alone. São Paulo is the second busiest city in the world, second to New York, on helicopters. The city of São Paulo, or the metropolitan area of São Paulo alone, has over 200 helipoints or helipads, or could potentially be places to become or to work as heliports or vertiports in São Paulo alone. So the other good news, I think that might be beneficial to AAM is that São Paulo has Brazil has a very robust system of corridors for helicopters. This has a work that has been done, and it was a great work done by DSEA and the industry a few years back. So in and out of the main cities or the flight information regions, you have corridors all over the place. So these are potential candidates for utilization by the new eVTOLs or the AAM or UAM. So and finally, there's another thing that can be registered. We have over 100,000 drones registered with ANAC and also DSEA. So these guys are generating hundreds of thousands of airspace requests with DSEA now. And of these 100,000 drones, 50% of them are commercial services. Sorry about the M here. That means they provide aerial services for compensation, right? The other 50% are recreational aircraft. This industry is pretty well regulated by the three entities I've shown in the previous slide. UTM, which would be the next, we have a system that does LANC, low altitude notification and control. UTM is still in the oven, it's still embryonic in Brazil. And the reason being, the business model hasn't yet been defined. As I think this is not unique to Brazil, as is some other countries with the same problem. But the reason this would be important is that there are many people in the industry and regulators that see UTM as a seed for the development of the AAM and the UAM CONOPS and air traffic control scenarios. So this is where we are. So we have ANAC working. ANAC is part of the certification management team, along with FAA, EASA, and TCCA. So it's a good place. It's good to know that ANAC is there and is working with these guys, would provide most of the references we have for these new services and new aircrafts. And we are anxious to see what DSEA will come up with, hopefully in short time frame. And as far as Anatel and communications and connectivity, there's nothing new so far concerning eVTOLs and AAM. So that's it I had to present. I hope that this can be in some shape or form useful for some of you. And thank you very much.
Certainly useful, Eduardo. Thank you for delivering that state of AAM in Brazil. Next up is Canada. We've got Catherine, our liaison from Canada. Go for it, Catherine.
A warm welcome from Canada. Bonjour, c'est agréable d'être ici. I'm Catherine Eyre, a commercial pilot, municipal law lawyer, and aviation attorney. I'm also the founder and CEO of CARES, a legally supervised project management platform for advanced air mobility infrastructure integration. I'm speaking to you today from Toronto, which is the capital of Ontario, being the most populated province of Canada, a country that has a national population of approximately 39 million people. The country is made up of 13 political divisions, which includes the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and the Yukon, bordering the great state of Alaska. Aviation for us is federally regulated and exclusively in the domain of Transport Canada. Our country has one air navigation service provider, known as NAV Canada. For drone port and vertiport infrastructure placement, there is also a role to play by local land use planning bodies at the provincial, territory, and municipal level. In terms of media, we have access to all social media. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, is the national public broadcaster for both radio and television, providing services in both official languages, English and French. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation's historical roots are very much part of our national transportation system, dating back to Canadian National Railways, and that also links hockey and Air Canada, our country's national carrier. There are many different written journalistic sources, and freedom of the press is a part of our charter and an integral component to our democracy. Now, similar to comments by Sweden and Finland, I know is on the call today, we have cold weather, and that's a challenge, but also an opportunity. -20 degrees to -30 degrees Celsius in the more populated areas. Icing conditions for flight are always a factor to consider many times out of the year. And that impacts not just battery and other powertrain operations, but also lifting surfaces on any new aerial vehicle design in advanced air mobility. The challenging weather calls out for IFR certification, although that requirement on its own, I would not consider a barrier to market entry. Cert Centre Canada, based in Quebec, is the entity that any company should be in touch with if they are considering advanced air mobility flight within our borders. Geographic size is also a challenge, but those in AAM see the opportunity immediately. We have almost 10 million square kilometers, with many communities separated from urban centers due to freshwater, forestry, and wildlife. If your equipment can safely operate in such challenging conditions, connecting remote communities to urban centers across rugged and challenging terrain and challenging weather, then arguably should be able to operate anywhere. The next question is AAM integration, which is unique to each community across our country. Canada has been described as fast followers within the AAM market, which is true, though I consider us global leaders when it comes to developing a national unified strategy for the safe, economic, equitable, inclusive, and environmentally responsible adoption of AAM. Some of our achievements, and if you could go back to the first slide, please. Canada was the first country in the world to provide aviation law, starting in 1919. Our justice system, responsible for the criminal and civil responsibilities of all major aviation players, including our government, is professional and robust. In and around 2020, through the National Research Council, the Canadian Advanced Air Mobility National Consortium was set up, acting as a catalyst for the AAM industry within Canada. Last year in 2023, there was a confirmed order of Beta's ALIA vehicle by Helijet, the largest helicopter carrier in North America, based in the province of British Columbia. Canadian Advanced Air Mobility has engaged with my company, CARES, to initiate the global insurance thought leadership in advanced air mobility, which will form part of a presentation at ICAO's inaugural AAM Symposium to be held in Montreal, Quebec, September 2024. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of you there. Next slide, please. Early entrants in this space have been focused on the healthcare industry, due in part to our unique healthcare system. Also, the business case for regional and urban air mobility was first recognized in 1947 in Regina, Saskatchewan, through an air ambulance service. Focusing this market initially on healthcare and humanitarian services and putting people before profits is, of course, the right thing to do, and the financials will therefore naturally follow. Also, a note about our over 630 First Nation communities referenced on this slide, but I must also recognize the Inuit and the Métis. I am currently based in Toronto, which is located on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. Infrastructure development, such as vertiports and drone ports, as energy hubs, have the potential to make a meaningful change to how Indigenous peoples, communities, and their businesses participate in sustainable natural resource development and acting as full partners in the net zero carbon economy. The duty to consult is a requirement of the Canadian government, as supported by our Supreme Court of Canada. But I challenge other countries investing into AAM to learn from the lessons of our past as a guidepost for your future. And I will end this presentation with part of the 90-second call to action contained within the summary of the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada that calls upon the corporate sector to adopt the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act as a reconciliation framework and to apply its principles, norms, and standards to corporate policy and core operational activities involving Indigenous peoples and their lands and resources. Merci, miigwech, mikosi, nekrumik. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. That was a great delivery. Next up is Peru.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Kimberly Rojas. I'm an aeronautical engineering. I am from Lima, Peru. I have been working with UAS since 2017 in the company UAB Latam Peru, and we are also part of the Flying Labs network as Peru Flying Labs. As a company, we are dedicated to provide services with drones in many industries, and as members of the Flying Labs network, we focus more on the sustainable development goals. So this is basically creating a positive impact in society through the use of drone technology. As I already mentioned, I am from Peru. It's a country located in South America. Our population is around 34 million people. About the regulatory body for advanced air mobility is the local CAA of the country, the General Directorate of Civil Aviation, which belongs to the Ministry of Transport and Communications. Nowadays, we have two regulations for this: the law that regulates the use and operations of remotely piloted aircraft systems, which was established in 2018. And also the complementary technical rule named Requirements for Remotely Piloted Aircraft Operations, established in 2015. These regulations try to establish rules to operate UAVs in a safe way. I have considered two achievements for this presentation. The first one is the great variety of use cases for drones that are currently existing in the country. For this, I must commend that Peru is a country where the main economic activities are mining, agriculture, and tourism. The last one exposes more about historical and natural destinations. So this is very important to highlight because the use of drones are present mostly in these three industries in the country, ranging from surveillance, crop studies, to also environmental conservation, which is really important. In addition, another quite important achievement for us is the existence of specific drone events in the country. This allows us to publicize the technology, generate interest in population, and share about the two mentioned regulations that exist, but are not very well known among the people here. Also, something I didn't mention here, but that is also present nowadays, is there exists a big interest in university students for this industry. I have seen many startups and projects related to drone technology, which go from UAV design to also development of GIS platforms and softwares to process the drone data. However, despite that that I already mentioned that we have regulations for the use of drone technology, unfortunately, I can say that the biggest challenge is that these have not been updated for several years. As we know, this technology is constantly changing and evolving, so it is necessary that the regulatory entity can advance alongside the medium that supports it, which hasn't happened here. That's why I have to mention that this is, I think, the biggest challenge for us. We have very good examples in the region like Colombia, Brazil, who also mentioned that they have they have been working a lot in this field. So there is still a lot to do here to make unmanned and general aviation work together in a safe way. Another challenge that I need to mention, and I come up with these brilliant presentations of the other liaisons here, is the geography of the country. It's very complex to fly drones in high altitude places, which happens to be that most of the mines are located in these sites. So we have been having problems flying about 4,000 meters above sea level. It's quite complicated. And I have seen many companies that have been working in improving their drones to use them in high altitude places. So this is because we have the Andes here, which is located in the middle of the country. So we have huge and really big mountains in the area. Finally, the communication platforms that we commonly use in the country are Facebook, which is the most well-known here. Also the TV channels, TV Peru and America TV. In addition also to the growing presence of programs as talk shows through YouTube. And also LinkedIn is very present in the country nowadays. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kimberly. Next up, we've got a keynote speaker by the name of AAM Muse. I'm just gonna project our slides so that she can brief us. Just bear me a moment.
Awesome, yeah, thank you so much for putting that together. I am really excited to talk about advanced air mobility, primarily when it comes to accessibility. A little bit about myself while you're getting that slides together is I'm currently a consultant at Guidehouse, and I work in the commercial space transportation sector, and I'm a big proponent of AAM, especially making advanced air mobility accessible. Yeah, and I'm excited to share with you guys. And I loved all the presentations so far that has been made. It's been really great.
Okay, go for it, Amma.
Awesome. Okay, nice. Thank you. Yeah, so I will start off by kind of defining what is disability, right? My topic is going to be about, making accessibility, especially with people that live with disabilities as well as limited mobility. According to the American Disability Act of 1990, a disability is defined, an individual with disability is someone who has a physical and mental impairment that substantially limits one or more life activities, a person who has history or record of such impairment, or a person who's perceived by others having such impairment. So within disability, there's a spectrum to it, and a lot of times, it can be more physical and it also can be mental. So yeah, can you move on to the next slide? Yeah, so when it comes to, making sure that, we follow regulations and rules of making aircrafts more accessible. There's one standard called the Air Carrier Access Act, which kind of touches on the requirements of aircrafts, of making aircrafts more accessible. So some of those things are, it's required to have an assistive devices, it's required to have in-flight services. When it comes to security screening, it has to be ADA friendly. When it comes to having access to TVs and movies, there has to be a closed captioning, as well as, there has to be communication devices, as well as wheelchairs. And I bring this up because currently, when we talk about advanced air mobility, we don't really touch on access, right? And it is a new mode of transportation, and it's important to keep in mind that as we go further along, that we are making sure we're implementing some of these things for these new aircrafts. Can you go on to the next slide? Yeah, so when it comes to some challenges AAM will face, according to the Royal Aeronautics Society, approximately 20% of the global traveling public face some form of mobility challenges. And the way I see it is there's 3 phases or 3 different aspects when it comes to making sure that we address some of these challenges. And one of them is the actual aircraft design, right? Are they going to be, how are we going to create and design it so that, people with wheelchairs, people that are, have issues with vision or hearing, how are they able to access the aircraft themselves? And then within that access, there's that user interface. A lot of AAM air vehicles are going to be autonomous, right? And so we have to keep in mind that we need to have some of these designs implemented. And then the vertiport itself, right? We have talked a lot about where to place the vertiport, which is a very important topic, but also how are we going to access the vertiports? A lot of these vertiport sites are going to be in, they're being looked at in places like helipads, and also like places, rooftops, right? So how are people with, disabilities going to have access to that vertiport? Yeah, so some of these are things that we need to address as we make this new mode of transportation more accessible. Next slide. Yeah, so one case study that I looked at when it comes to making AAM accessible is Whisk Aero. I'm sure a lot of us heard about Whisk and some of the great works they're doing, especially when it comes to their Generation 6 aircraft. They're making a lot, the way the aircraft is being designed, they're making the doors a lot wider so that person with wheelchair can come and use it. And then when it comes to the digital interface, they have worked on making it more accessible as well, and made some efforts on doing a lot of like research and survey on and collaborating with a lot of communities that deal with these issues to make sure that the Generation 6 aircraft has some of these implementations in mind. And then the last slide. Yeah, so, with, like just like anything, new mode of transportations, we're going to have a lot of hiccup. There's going to be a lot of challenges, but there's also opportunities, right? And one of the opportunities is applying universal design principles through the AAM ecosystem. And when I say this is currently, there is no universal design on AAM vehicles, the design itself. Each company has, variations of the way the aircraft looks like. So this could be a great way to kind of have at least one design or one universal design that has certain requirements that address some of the issues that I've talked about in my presentation. And then another aspect to that is leveraging public and private partnership to support AAM accessibility for all. And it's very important to address different stakeholders, right? Different communities and different government agencies. I'm sure all of us are from all over the world, and we have dealt with, just the disconnect that sometimes comes when the private and public sector. But this could be an opportunity to have this much more collaborative framework, so that all the issues that we might have faced in commercial airlines and different modes of transportation, we don't have to face the same issues. And I think we have great opportunity to implement some of these in the initial stages of this mode of transportation. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Dan and everyone from the Advanced Air Mobility Institute for giving me the opportunity to present this topic.
Thank you, Amo. That was a great delivery. Thank you for bringing this to fruition. Next online, while I prepare the slide, is Mexico. So we're expecting Hector to deliver. Yes. Hello, Hector.
Hey, hi everyone. How is everyone? Thank you for this space to Dan and to everyone in the Institute, just to have the slide so we can start. Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go, Hector. Go on.
Okay, so, well, my name is Hector Rida. I'm from Mexico City. My affiliation is Rixar Aeronautics and Olmsted Aviation. And well, the current position, if we can go to the next slide here in Mexico, please, a bit. Okay, so, well, our current population is around 126 million humans here in Mexico. The regulatory body is the AFAC. This one is the one that takes care about everything. There's been some changes in Mexico about in the past, the AFAC was taken care by civilians. Right now, the ones that are taking care about everything here in Mexico is the military frame. So there's a lot of military people surrounding these decisions that are going to be taken in the country. Also, well, between the opportunities that I'm going to be going through the slides is cargo opportunities here in Mexico. Also, aerospace manufacturing here in Querétaro. This is being promoted by the ASA with partnership with the AFAC. EHAN is one of the companies that been taking the leadership here in Mexico, currently looking for getting the certification of their vehicle. And actually, well, Mexico, even though we are looking forward for the industry and we are really excited to put the industry to work here in Mexico, we haven't been that much support. We are just two maybe companies or people that we are working is myself and Christine, that she's from Urban Air Mobility, and we are the only ones that we've been leading to put the industry to work here in Mexico. But the country is positive on looking forward. Can we go to the next slide, please, Abdi? So about the population, 51% of the population is female, while the 48% of the population is male. 81% of the Mexico population live in urban areas, and the 80.6% are in the rural areas. Even though the majority of the people right now, they are moving from the urban areas to the rural areas, they are moving outside. But all the works are gonna be still staying in the urban areas, so this might be a good opportunity also for commuting people from the outside of the urban areas into the urban areas. Also, about transportation in Mexico, the design and evaluating integration of the potential electromobility solutions, they are good, but they are always back. They are always like having problems with the authorities because they don't have that much of understanding of the industry. So that's something that it's been a challenge here in Mexico, trying to have that confidence with the authorities to work with this technology and to deploy the technology. But well, they are positive, and they've been working towards helping to everyone that we are looking forward to deploy the technology here in Mexico to help us to do a good job in integrating in the best possible way the technology here in Mexico. Can we go to the next slide, please, Abdi?
Apology, there's a delay in slide transitioning. So yes.
Don't worry. No, don't worry. It's fine. Don't worry. So yeah, as I said, the regulatory body here is the AFAC. They've been surrounding all the regulatory frame around the drones. There haven't been that much about eVTOL, even though EHAN is the one that is leading here in Mexico all that frame. But here in Mexico, well, all the hobbies, government, commercial, and visitor drone, they are already implemented with license. So they have all this frame working around drone.
I think
to expand and to improve. Hi.
Go on, Hector. I think you got frozen out a bit. Go on.
Okay. So cargo opportunities here in Mexico is a really good one, because Mexico currently is looking forward to increment and improve the cargo sector. So having all these drones to fast track and to improve the cargo industry in Mexico is a really good opportunity. I've been trying to get in contact with several companies that they have their drones, their own crew aircraft systems, just as Mighty Flight. But well, I was talking with them and we haven't talked anymore. But what I mean with this is that the cargo opportunity here in Mexico is a really good one, because we are looking to expand and to become a hub of cargo into other countries, so we can continue benefiting our economy. Can we go to the next slide, please, Abdi?
You still
Excuse me?
Yeah, go on. I think the bandwidth is a bit of a challenge. Go for it.
Okay. So the regulatory process here in Mexico with IJA, they've been leading it. The IJA, they are looking here for tourist and commercial flights. And well, the IJA right now, they've been just working in Monterrey. And right now they are looking forward also to deploy also and look forward for another opportunity here in Mexico that is through nearshoring for producing their vehicles here in Mexico. Since, well, we know nearshoring helps a lot in so many ways, not just the country of looking to manufacture their vehicles, but in so many other cases. Can we go to the next slide, please, Abdi? So yeah, here is where it comes my viewpoint of the nearshoring opportunity here in Mexico. EASA and AFAC, they start promoting the manufacturing in Mexico. So the advantages of nearshoring is the proximity to the markets, as Mexico it's almost in the center of the America continent, so it's a good strategic point. Since we have, well, of course, we have the United States, we have Canada, and we have all these other southern countries that they might be able to start also gaining access to this technology. That's a challenge that I've been spotting, is also that deploying the technology in other countries is not going to be that easy in terms of having the facility to deploy the technology and to approach them. So having these opportunities to start looking to produce and to manufacture any kind of vehicles here in Mexico, it would be a really good strategic point. Also, it can help into the regulatory alignment. Sometimes it can be a little bit hard to work with authorities just by deploying vehicles. Because as I said, here in Mexico, even though the authorities are looking forward and they are really positive, they are a little bit skeptical and not so sure on how to deploy the technology because they don't have access to the same one. So, well, that's something that it can help with the manufacturing here in Mexico. Also, supply chains, regulatory complaints, and collaborative innovation. The aeronautical space industry here in Mexico, it's quite well established. In Querétaro, there are already Boeing, Airbus, and if I'm not wrong, Bombardier. There are all these three companies that are already established. So the hand of labor work is a good one. There is good experience to look forward to have these opportunities come into Mexico. Next, please, Abdi. Well, yes, I mentioned nearshoring is a strategic hub for geographic advantage and free trade markets, competitive factors, and attractive for destination on leveraging the strategic locations to skill forces. So yeah, can we go to the next one, please? Okay, well, as in other places, the public acceptance, of course, is one of the main challenges to tackle. Public acceptance and trust, regulatory hurdles, urban planning and noise concern, and environmental impact. Public acceptance here in Mexico, there are the aviation industry, even though is well established into public acceptance, there is not that much. How can I call it? Maybe in the United States or in Canada, it's way more easy to approach into aviation. They are more in Mexico people. They are not that much, even though I've been asking to here in my community and asking for the people opinions, and they were proactive and they were positive into the opportunity of deploying here the technology. So I don't see that hard, but of course, while working with all the safety and understandings of the opportunities, I also see opportunities for public acceptance, not just for Mexico, but also having the opportunity to work with all these. I talked recently with Mackay, who's also part of the institute, and I saw that she has been working with all these drone soccer opportunities. So approaching to the universities, to the schools, to the kids, approaching them with the technology. It's a good point for a start with public acceptance, so people can start having more access to the technology. So that's a challenge, but it's also like the opportunity. Infrastructure, well, funding and governmental support is really important for infrastructure, urban planning and zoning, of course, and integrated with existing transportation. Currently, Mexico has around 500 to 600 heliports that can start as supporting the infrastructure, but of course, there is not that many. Mexico doesn't have that many insights into helicopters. It's more about fixed wing. But well, the infrastructure is there at the port and verti stops. Can we go to the next one? Yeah, well, the other one, ensuring safety, security, advanced air mobility, of course, cybersecurity concerns, public safety, and privacy protection. I believe privacy protection is something that I've been not just asked by myself, but also by the authority on how does the privacy of the people can be. Yeah. Go forward. And can we go to the next one? And well, that's almost the end. As I mentioned, Mexico is looking forward to deploy technology with the collaborative progress of putting the industry to work here. And well, that's the vision. Hope we can keep on working on this. And well, I think that's all. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Hector. That was a great delivery. Thank you for bringing that spot on. Next on the line is our USA liaison, Chris Fernando.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. Thank you, Dan and team, for having me. So a quick intro of myself. Chris Fernando. I'm based in Raleigh, North Carolina. Very proud of the fact that we are first in flight and continue to advance on the AAM front. I'm a consultant and researcher for the past 20 plus years, primarily working for the DoD, FAA, NASA. And I'm also an adjunct professor at Florida Institute of Technology, which is my alma mater, where I teach 2 graduate classes, one on the UAM ecosystem and another on AAM infrastructure planning. Next slide. So the next 4+ minutes, I'm gonna spend a little bit of time talking about, you know, from my point of view, what are some of the wins, challenges, and some of the key highlights over the past couple of years. While AAM should or does include unmanned aircraft, uncrewed aircraft systems for deliveries, the focus has kind of been on eVTOL, eSTOL, and some of the shinier objects that are being developed. So to start with, you know, we're a large country, 340 million people. The FAA is a regulatory body, and there are several other agencies that are supporting research and integration efforts across the United States. NASA being the primary research entity, AFWorks, which is out of the Air Force Research Lab and set up to support DoD research and advancements. Then there's the Department of Transportation Interagency Working Group, which essentially brings together 25 plus federal agencies to the table to talk through you know, what are the challenges, what are the strategies, what are the opportunities for AAM across the board. And then, of course, there are various working groups and organizations at the state and local level that are moving out and planning for this emerging, rapidly advancing technology. So as I mentioned before, I want to spend a minute or two on the US for package delivery. You see some stats here from the FAA. I won't go into those details. You can absorb them as I talk through some of the other aspects. I've highlighted the Beyond Partners, which is the Beyond program, where a continuation of the integrated pilot program, which the FAA established in the 2014-15 timeframe, to really understand how small US can be used for various use cases, surveillance, monitoring, data collection, and of course now package deliveries. So IPP had 9 partners. Beyond has 8 partners, as indicated on the map, including North Carolina. Several of these states, if not all, have some level of package delivery operations ongoing. I can speak for North Carolina, where we have probably 6 or 7 daily routine delivery operations being conducted by the likes of Zipline, Causey Aviation, Matternet, UPS Flight Forward, and so on. And a lot of these deliveries are focused on retail in the state, but we are, you know, as Kate from Canada talked about, we're seeing the healthcare use cases rise to the top slowly but surely, where there is a real impactful benefit to the community, but also to the healthcare systems themselves. So we're seeing some of that take place in North Carolina, but also in places like upstate New York, Utah, and so on. So achievements. There are many to tout in the US in particular. We've been working on this for the past 10, 15 years, probably longer if you're from NASA. But in the last couple of years, we've released a couple of documents that are integral to the integration and planning of urban air mobility, regional air mobility, and low altitude operations in the National Airspace System. So ConOps 2.0 is one of those driving publications, documents, and then related to that, the Innovate 28 program published at the FAA published the AAM implementation plan, which is kind of a, at least from my point of view, a sister document to the ConOps 2.0. The FAA also launched the Key Site operational evaluation in Dallas, Texas, which will help integration of multiple operators at low altitudes for various use cases, but primarily package delivery. Very quickly, some of the challenges, again, many of the other presenters mentioned some of these. The one that is missing here is infrastructure and energy, especially in the United States with such a complex airspace system and a mature infrastructure in urban areas. Building new or repurposing current infrastructure will be a huge challenge. And of course, finding the energy on the grid or through new sources such as solar or microgrids, hydrogen, etc., will be critical and a challenge. Key media platforms, like everyone else, LinkedIn is where I consume most of my information, but there are some really good websites out there, AVSI, CAMI, AAM Institute. And the DOT Volpe Center, I wanted to highlight that they have a series of webinars which are in collaboration with the FAA to educate the general public on this technology. And I think there's a typo, sorry about that. And then lastly, you know, there's been a lot going on in the last 12, 18 months. A few highlights here that I had the privilege of attending some of them. But it's good to finally, after 10 years, good to finally be able to see, touch, sit in some of these aircraft that have been being conceptualized and in development for quite a while, since that is an important part of integration into the airspace, getting the public to really understand what this technology means for society. With that, back to you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Next on the line is a keynote address from Philip Wiseman. Take it away, Philip.
Okay, sorry, I'm just setting up my PowerPoint. Apologies.
I've got you.
Oh, you got it. Great, excellent.
Yes.
Okay, let me just get out of the share screen thing. Perfect. Thank you. Welcome. My name is Philip Weissman. I'm an aviation attorney. I'm also working with Catherine Air at CARES Inc. and recently founded Advanced Air Mobility Professionals. As I am an attorney, I just need to say views expressed are solely my own and not legal advice. Thank you for the opportunity to present on legal and regulatory considerations in advanced air mobility. Next slide. While I can speak on this topic for days, I have 5 minutes. Therefore, I'm going to give you a 30,000-foot view of US legal and regulatory considerations. Actually, more like a view from outer space, but please, I encourage you to contact me if you would like any further details as to what I am addressing today. There is some overlap with Chris since we're both US, but I hope that you can glean some additional knowledge from this presentation. So my goal here today is to give you a glimpse of all the different interests involved in regulating advanced air mobility within the United States. While many of us may be focused on the activities of one regulator, such as the Federal Aviation Administration and the certification of aircraft, that barely scratches the surface of the considerations that come into play. First, you have on the international level, you have on the federal level and state and local. So looking at international, we first look at the Chicago Convention, which among other things provides what states can and cannot do with respect to foreign state operations and sets standards as to procedures and measures to enhance safety. The Chicago Convention also established the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO. In addition to the Chicago Convention, there are several other aviation treaties in play, such as the Montreal Convention, Warsaw Convention, and Tokyo Convention. Aside from those large conventions, there are also bilateral and multilateral international air service agreements between states, which establish what international air services can be provided among the states involved. Outside of ICAO, there are NGOs, such as the International Air Transport Association, which have a role in setting standards in the industry, among other functions. Federal government, like many countries, there is a federalist system of government in which the US is governed by different levels of government, federal and state and local. The U.S. Constitution Supremacy Clause provides that federal law takes precedence over state law. The Supremacy Clause, the Federal Aviation Act, and the Airline Deregulation Act allow federal law to preempt state law on most issues pertaining to aviation. This is essential to avoid a patchwork of regulations in various states over an inherently interstate industry. There are several federal agencies and departments involved in regulating aviation, and we'll get into that further when we get to the next slide. The FAA is an agency within the U.S. Department of Transportation responsible for safety, efficiency, and infrastructure development. The FAA regulates airmen or airwomen, including the certification and training of pilots, mechanics, repairmen, and other crew members. It also regulates aircraft, including aircraft design, manufacturing, operation, and registration, regulates air carrier safety, such as issuing Part 135 certificates or Part 121, regulates air traffic, and also regulates airports. The DOT Office of the Secretary, on the other hand, is responsible for economic policy in aviation, including the grant of economic authority to air carriers, commercial agreements, air service agreements, consumer protection, and even the Air Carrier Access Act, which Amal had touched on earlier in this presentation. State and local governments, we have 50 states in the US, and then we have countless or many local governments, municipalities, which also have a role in regulating aviation to the extent it is not preempted by federal law. Next slide. So I'm just going to touch on some considerations on the international, federal, and state level. As to international regulatory considerations, I think a big one is what will cross-border operations look like? The governing aviation treaties and air service agreements were created during a different era in air carriage. Thus, on the international level, states must look into what changes need to be made to accommodate this new technology and this nascent industry. Moreover, ICAO is looking into the harmonization of advanced air mobility standards as to issues such as aircraft certification, pilot training and qualifications, and operations. ICAO has established an advanced air mobility study group and is hosting a symposium later this year in which it will address the need to harmonize. Next slide. On the federal level, and I should have included NASA in this as well, but the one that seems to get the most attention is the race to aircraft certification. eVTOLs are being regulated as powered lift, special class under 14 CFR 21.17b. This special class category is used for aircraft with unique, novel, or unusual design features. Under this special class category, the FAA can use requirements deemed by the FAA to be appropriate and applicable to the specific type design, as well as other airworthiness criteria to meet an acceptable level of safety. As everyone knows by now, this process is very time-consuming. But the FAA, of course, has an excellent reputation as to aviation safety. The FAA can also use special airworthiness certificates. So if you're seeing an eVTOL flying on the news, or if you've seen one in person, that's how it's operating. For instance, the experimental category certificate, allowing operation of aircraft without a type certification, if it is a safer air operation, and it's being used for research and development, regulatory compliance, crew training, air shows, and market surveys, among other things. Another category, which may be of some importance to some individuals involved in AAM, is light sport aircraft, which has been the subject of a recent proposed rulemaking to change the definition and broaden the definition of this category. In addition, the FAA has published a notice of proposed rulemaking in June 2023 with the goal of establishing requirements for pilot certification and training. The FAA has provided guidance, but no rulemaking as to vertiport design. And I also threw a mention of beyond visual line of sight operations for unmanned aircraft, This is something that we're expecting guidance or proposed rulemaking from the FAA later this year. There was already a rulemaking committee that issued recommendations as to BVLOS operations in March 2022. And we're looking forward to first the Reauthorization Act and then passage in March, hopefully, and then possible an NPRM later this year. Next slide. To give you an idea, and I know Chris touched on this in the last presentation, but to give you an idea as to complexity in regulating advanced air mobility, an interagency working group composed of many departments and agencies has been established to coordinate efforts in regulating this industry. So you'll see first the Executive Office of the President, which is Office of Management, Budget, and Science. You have Department of State, Department of Defense, Department of Justice, NASA, DOT, Department of Veterans, Agriculture. It just goes on, and it shows you how many different people of different disciplines are involved in regulating or collaborating to regulate this industry and build this industry. Next slide. Advanced air mobility, drones included, will have a different relationship with communities than traditional aviation. Unmanned aircraft operate below 500 feet and may be operated to someone's doorstep to deliver packages. eVTOLs will operate from vertiports within communities that do not have airports, and there will be, if everything goes to plan, there will be more vertiports than there will be airports. This close relationship with communities raises new arguments and issues as to state and local governments' roles in regulating advanced air mobility. State and local governments, while the power to regulate aircraft operations such as rates, routes, and services are preempted by federal law. They do have the power to use their land use rights to prohibit vertiport and drone port operations. Also, arguments as to drones, arguments are being made and will continue to be made that low altitude drone flights over private property constitute trespass, nuisance, and violation of privacy, and that that falls within the purview of state law and not federal law. Next slide. So, I know I started with this chart, and I actually like the arrows to be pointing first with community and then up. But given the close involvement with community, just as Mr. Alcock made his opening remarks, the industry needs to do a better job of educating public of the potential benefits that advanced air mobility can offer. A public that sees advanced air mobility as a nuisance will pressure their local officials to enact land use regulations to prevent projects from going forward in their backyard. Therefore, it is essential that we work with and educate those in communities who are in the position to advocate for the usage of advanced air mobility for societal benefit. This requires communication across disciplines as to the capabilities of this new technology, so potential end users can fully realize the benefits of this technology. I'm really grateful to be presenting with leaders who will be doing this, and thank you for your time. That ends my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Philip. That was a great one. Next up the line is Philip from the United Kingdom. Philip.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, certainly.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me here. And what a really interesting event this is. My name is Philip Butterworth-Hayes. I'm a publisher, writer, and consultant in airspace management, advanced air mobility, and the drone world. I've got 3 websites: Global Advanced Air Mobility Market Map, which looks at the programs in 170 cities around the world, Urban Air Mobility News, and Unmanned Airspace. I've also had a proper job. I've been a consultant. I've been the director of strategy at the Civil Air Navigation Services Organization in Amsterdam. I still edit the Eurocontrol official magazine, and I've worked for the BBC in Jane's as an aviation correspondent and writer. So really interested in this area, and specifically the fact that this is a new industry, and even defining what advanced air mobility is quite complicated. And I was in a room the other day, and 90% of the people didn't think that drones were advanced air mobility, and 10% did. And that shows, I think, just how new and different this is. And what makes this really interesting, I think, is the role of the non-aviation stakeholders, and that's something which we've been fascinated in. So one of my other jobs is to work on a UK research industry program to develop learning resources for communities and for local authorities to understand where they fit into the advanced air mobility future. And we developed 6 educational programs for them to understand the benefits and some of the challenges. And we're now working on a second lot to understand, well, to tell the drone and the advanced air mobility industries how local authorities work, what their statutory responsibilities are, and how that fits into that. So that's all very exciting. So the UK, well, we've got 67 million people here. Regulated the Civil Aviation Authority. We have an air navigation service provider called MATS. The air traffic control and our airports is privatized. So we have a lot of, in fact, you could describe NATS as a privatized company. So we have a lot of commercial aviation infrastructure here, which obviously fits into the advanced air mobility industry very well. So what else can we say? I'm going to be talking very much about advanced air mobility rather than drones, but we do have 500,000 regulated drone pilots in the UK and 7,000 specific category drone operators. So it's a vibrant group, and I think what everybody in the industry, looking at it from the industry point of view, wants to do is to go to that proper commercialization stage where you can fly beyond visual line of sight, 200, 300 miles, have one operator for 20, 30 drones. That's when we start to scale. That's when we're really taking off, and we're making small but important strides in the UK to do that with our regulator, the Civil Aviation Authority, who is not unchallenged since Brexit. We can't rely on the FAA, we can't rely on the European Aviation Safety Agency for our regulations, so we have to develop them ourselves, and that's quite exciting, as well as implementing them. So that's a huge issue for us. So we have a vibrant drone industry, but like everybody else in the world, it's not quite where it should be in terms of commercialization. So with the drone industry and with the eVTOL industry, we're looking in the UK at 2027, and this is my own particular view, it's not written down in stone anywhere, where we can say these industries will have the standards, the regulations, the proven technology in place for this to really scale and to really take off. So with that, do you want to go to the second slide? Thank you. This being the UK, we're doing things the wrong way around. So we're building a lot of infrastructure before we have the standards and the regulations. And this came up the other day. In fact, 2 days ago, I saw this. This shows the number of vertiports that are in development. And the interesting thing about this is that we don't actually have any regulations for certifying vertiports, and yet we seem to be building an awful lot of them. The interesting news here is that most of them are based in airports, which is a good place to start. But again, it's a really strange industry, because you would expect for any of these to be built, there'd be standards and regulations for determining who's certified to put out an eVTOL battery fire. Not just who's certified to do that, but what the training organization has been certified to do that. And we're still some way away from that. But nevertheless, the industry is plowing on. And I think this again just shows what a strange industry this is, how different it is from the traditional aviation industry, where it takes 7 years to get to get something passed through a KO and then another 7 years to implement it. We are creating an entire industry in 3 years, and the industry is in many ways doing this in parallel rather than behind the regulations. Okay, if you want to go to the next slide. It's going to be big, though. I think we've well passed the point of no return. In the UK, we have all elements of the industry, the commercial industry in place. We have 2 or 3 eVTOL operators, and quite interestingly, 1 or 2 of those are looking at 30, 40 seaters. So we're not starting off with the 1 or 2 seats. We're already scaling up to 30, 40. I don't see how you can make money on 1 or 2 seats. I think you've really got to go for 20, 30, 40 seats before you can make money on this. And that's what we're looking at. So it's going to be big and it's going to be exciting, but how we're going to get there, I'm not quite sure yet. And if we go to the next slide, these are some of the issues that we're looking at. The speed of regulatory development standards, identification of the certification methodology. One of the interesting things about this is the role of the regulator. And I really, really feel sorry for the regulator. How do you start to regulate machine learning autonomous systems? And how do you get people to qualified to do that? So that's something which we're struggling with. The lack of interest in cities and local authorities. We think there are 16 areas in which a local authority has a direct responsibility for advanced air mobility or even drone operations. And the UK, like a lot of places around the world, the cities are more concerned with struggling to deal with the lack of funds from COVID. You go to most cities in the UK and you ask for would they be interested in a vertiport? There's nobody who is assigned to do that. There's nobody who has the basic understanding of how to integrate with aviation. That's got to come quickly. There's a lot of social unease around autonomy, Silicon Valley, push industries, and AAM is a push industry. You don't have thousands of people walking down the streets demanding that we have eVTOLs tomorrow. People don't know what this is, and we don't know. I mean, all the hundreds of academic studies I've seen on this will change tomorrow once we hear and we smell and we look and we get a feeling for what this is all about. And one of the fears is this will be a socially unequal kind of industry, and that is a huge issue, especially at the moment where there's a lot of social division and diversity. We need this to be anchored in communities with everybody having a stake, in my view. There's a lack of critical infrastructure planning and finance. A lot of money going into eVTOLs, not quite so much money going into integrating vertiports into city centres. In fact, none. And again, another unique feature of this industry is that everything seems to be financed. Most of it seems to be financed anyway by private industry. And there's a lack of clarity about what the central government's role is. Having said all that, incredibly optimistic, the UK will be an open, exciting market for non-autonomous eVTOL services from 2027. It'll be 2040, I think, probably before we have autonomous aircraft flying here. But 2027 is the liftoff year for both drones and eVTOLs. That's when we're probably going to fully commercialize. And with that, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much, Philip. That was very insightful. Next on the line, I mean, I must say, this is gradually turning into the Philip show. I've got Durojai Philip from Nigeria, who is next. So I'll just look for a slide so I can project. Durojai Philip, are you still on?
Oh, yes, I am. It's awesome to be here. In fact, my notepads are full right now in taking notes of the different markets and the different opportunities in different parts of the world.
Well done. Yeah, go for it.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Durojai Phillips. I lead the Titan Air Mobility team and also affiliated with a company called Innovia Labs. So the Titan Air Mobility company what we do is that we are building what we call railways in the sky, in terms of the eVTOLs, the infrastructure, and also the policy to get eVTOLs into the markets in Nigeria first, and then all over Africa. So as it is, the population of Nigeria is 213.4 million. And the regulators of AAM are the same regulators that regulate aviation generally. We have the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. We have the Nigerian Air Force. I'm sure that is pretty weird, seeing that I've not seen any military affiliation in majority of the slides. But yes, the Nigerian Air Force is actually one of the key players. If any AAM is going to fly in Nigeria, there has to be some level of affiliation with the Nigerian Air Force for security reasons, seeing the state of security in some African countries, including Nigeria. And we also have the Ministry of Transportation and Aviation, those are the regulatory bodies. And an interesting fact is that there are lots of drones in Nigeria, like literally lots. When I mean lots, I mean literally millions of drones in Nigeria. However, there are only 16 companies, 16, yes, 1 and 6. There are only 16 companies that have been licensed to operate drones within Nigeria. So Nigeria is a unique landscape in that regard, that we have millions of drones, and yet only 16 companies have the legal license to operate drones. But still, people are flying drones for photography, videography, and these drones are not registered anywhere. There are lots of hobbyists in the whole ecosystem, and there are different communities within these ecosystems trying to abide by rules, probably EASA rules or FAA rules, in terms of safety, so that there won't be a clampdown of the whole industry, since technically what every other person is doing is technically illegal in terms of flying a drone. The drone doesn't even have to be a DJI. It can be a tiny pocket drone, and yes, it is actually technically illegal. So so that's a very weird kind of situation that is happening. But yes, it is every day in Nigeria. So we have media to reach people in terms of talking about this kind of technologies. We have the traditional TV and news media. We have print media, and then social media and industry events. These are the core ways to reach people within the industry. And there are very little industry events in terms of drones in Nigeria at the moment. The challenges, one of the challenges we have as a whole ecosystem is that one, there is very little investment going into the advanced air mobility space, and also there is very little investment, and then we have a very conservative government, but open to work with new technologies as long as they are guaranteed to be, one, safe, and two, they have economic potential for either the company or for the populace. So next slide. So yeah, in terms of the advanced air mobility growth and development in Nigeria, and I would say also Africa, when we have more entrants into the advanced air mobility space in Africa, we can see a fairly rapid adoption of the whole technology. And there is also an initial low-hanging fruit, which we've seen, of middle-mile cargo logistics network across smaller regions in Africa, carrying less than 300 kilograms for 300 kilometers, and there could be electric or hybrid. And as an example of that, let me say the whole African landscape not having advanced air mobility legislation or policies. But we have the deployments of zipline in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Tanzania, and even in Nigeria. So seeing how zipline can deploy in all these countries and how all these other countries, including Nigeria, have handled drones and drone-related technologies, I believe that Nigeria and the rest of Africa is actually more open to deploy and use advanced air mobility solutions than the FAA or even EASA. So yeah, that's actually what I think. As long as it is safe and there is economic viability of the project, I think it could fly first in Africa. Zipline flew first in Africa, even before considering the US, before flying in their own home country, which is the US, and before flying in any other place. So yes, for regional air mobility, rather for advanced air mobility, the prediction is that it's going to be regional first. And it's going to be regional, it's going to be cargo first. Then we can see regional first, then we do cargo, and then the private ownership. Nigeria is very big on private ownership of vehicles. I think we are one of the highest importers of some of the most expensive vehicles made by Toyota, Lexus, I think Mercedes. Yeah, we are very big in terms of ownership of some of the most expensive vehicles in the world. So yeah, the private ownership space is going to boom first before any kind of urban air mobility solution can work. Well, this is my own personal prediction, or this is my own personal perspective of the landscape, seeing how unique the landscape is in terms of everything, in terms of the whole context that has been discussed. So thank you. I hope I didn't use too much time.
Thank you very much, Philip Georgia. Yeah, that was very insightful of the country, Nigeria. Up next, I'm going to introduce Dr. Saverio LaFrancesca, is our keynote speaker today. Hello, Dr. Francesca.
Hello, Ashiro. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm going to share my screen in a moment.
Okay.
So, first of all, hello everyone, and thank you to the AAM Institute and our sponsor for being able to put in this webinar together. I was thinking about it and talking to Dan, and I'm realizing that every single continent on the planet pretty much is here today, which is incredible. So my name is Saverio LaFrancesca, and I should do a good job on pronouncing my name. I'm a heart surgeon, and today I'd like to focus a little bit on a specific, if you will, part of the medical transport that urban air mobility can help with. We need a lot of improvement, and I'm going to share my video, and I'm going to go a little bit into the details, obviously. Am I sharing my video properly, Shiro? Can you all see it? Hello?
No, not yet.
Not yet? How about now? Nope. Okay, that's one of those things, because theoretically, okay, all right. How about now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So, my background, I'm a heart surgeon, and I'm located in the US in Los Angeles, and I work for a organ procurement company called Transformative. So we fly organs all over the country, all over the US. We do the surgery, and I do the surgery on heart and lungs. And I also co-founded Longitudinal Mobility. And the reason I co-founded Longitudinal Mobility is because I really wanted to change the way human organs are transported to the patients. The system is quite antiquated, and it's really not a system. So as I always say, I'm not trying to fix a broken system. I have the ambitious plan of actually creating an actual system. And we're going to go over a few things, and I'll show you why. So let me frame first a little bit of the business case. And when I say the business case, because the only way that we can try to put a dent in the way this is being handled is just to make sure that we can actually achieve a better way of transporting organs and saving money, which you'll see that can be certainly achieved. How about numbers? We have more than around 150,000 transplants worldwide. This year we had, in 2023, over 46,000 transplants in the US. In Europe, this number is a little lower. It's probably over 35,000 in 2023. And you see that in California, where I am, it's more than 5,000 transplants a year. So that's a lot of flights. Here, you'll see how there is a significant increase in the number of transplants every year. At the bottom is when the famous drug cyclosporine was invented for rejection. And on top, you'll see 2023, which has not been updated because, like I said, has been over 46,000 transplants a year. So there's been an increase, significant increase of number of transplants every year, which also causes a strain in the logistic and in the really in the way we can fund the transplant world, because I think that at least in the States is all paid by Medicare at the end of the day. So I'll try to frame that. So this is a slide, and this is a typical slide that I tell you don't present this slide because it's too busy. Well, and that's exactly my point. When you see something like that, you already know that there is something that needs to be fixed. So, like I said, in the US, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid pays for it. And then you have some organ procurement organization, they are not profit. And then you have the UNOS, which is the United Network for Organ Sharing, that is in charge pretty much of the transplant world. And it's just one institution. Now, again, this is another slide that you should not be presenting, but it tells you how much is involved from the moment we match an organ to a recipient to actually delivering the organ to the recipient. Again, let me show you in a second what happens and what we do. So when there is a transplant, we are called. We know that there is an organ in New York, we're in Los Angeles. So what we do, we get in a car and we go to the FBO, which for anyone that doesn't live in the United States, is pretty much where the private jets will be at the airport, where the private jets will be taking off and landing. So we get in a car, we get to the FBO, we get on the plane, and then we go wherever the organs needs to be procured. And it could be very much so in Los Angeles, even though the recipient is in New York, and I'll tell you why. Then the organs, sorry about that. Then once we got the organ, we get in the car again, we go to the FBO, and we get on a jet, and we go back to where we started. Then we land, and then we get in a car, and then we bring the organ to the transplant site, the operating room. So that's a lot. Another thing that I'd like to stress here, that if we think what is needed for the urban air mobility when it comes to the digital infrastructure, keep in mind that, very interesting enough, all this process is done with text messages and phone calls, so that everybody knows where we are. And it's like, where are you? And we go in 2024 with text and phone calls. So you can imagine how much work needs to be done. this is an interesting slide because it's probably something that really most people don't think about it. Back in the days, you really wouldn't fly too far because an organ can't really stay too much outside the body. But now this color is the placement. It's a nice way of saying that this geographical distance, and you'll see, has a very little in the scoring system, which is how you allocate an organ. So now an organ is allocated mostly on clinical needs. And it doesn't matter if it, like I said before in the example, we are flying from New York to Los Angeles, because we can't do that now because technology has changed. So why now? Well, President Biden has just actually signed a bill into law. So the transplant world is going to change. And the organ supply chain, which is a term that is really no use because it kind of sounds maybe difficult for some people to understand, but it's really an organ supply chain. Another reason why we're flying so long now, so many hours, is because we have a system that can keep the organ alive, and we can therefore easily fly coast to coast without affecting the functionality of the organ. So what I wanted to say, this is really the time for us, because it could be the inaugural, if you will, collaboration between any entity that is focused on some sort of seamless transport operations, which you've seen that currently is everything but seamless. So anyone that starts now has the opportunity to kind of set sort of blueprints and serve as the beacon for nationwide implementation. And we're going to learn, obviously, but we need to have some standardized practices when it comes to organ transport. So again, this is just a very kind of small view of what medical transport could be. And I'm going to stop right here.
Thank you very much, Dr. La Francesca. Appreciate that. That was very, very insightful. So we're going to take a break at the moment. Appreciate time is spilled over. However, we've still got about 20 minutes of content to actually cover. We've got some pre-recorded presentation from the liaisons around the world, and we hope to cover that as soon as possible. However, feel free to actually exit if you want to, but basically, we've still got a few things to cover here, which will be of great benefit to yourselves. Welcome back, everybody. I really want to take this moment to thank you for your time and persistent staying on here. Next up, I've got an announcement from the founder and president of the Advanced Air Mobility Institute. He's got something, one or two words to convey to each and every one of us. That's Dan Sloat.
Yes, hi, Ashiro.
Yes, go for it.
Yes, I just wanted to say a couple of quick words. Wanted to acknowledge a few of our our longest standing liaisons. We have Salvo from Italy. Is very generous and got a chance to meet him and his family out in Florence. We've got some exciting work underway there in Italy. We have a pre-recorded presentation by him that we'll be viewing shortly. We also have Luis from our liaison to Spain. Wonderful opportunity to have visit him at European Rotors in Madrid last year. We also have some brand new liaisons. In fact, recruited so recently, it would have been quite an undertaking to try to put together a presentation and present here, but we'll be looking forward to their formal updates during our July session. As a reminder, we will be conducting these on a semi-annual basis, so look for that this summer. We have Joy from Switzerland, and we also have Sergio from Guatemala. Sergio, would you like to introduce yourself briefly?
Hi, Dan. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction. Yes, my name is Sergio Plaza. I'm actually from Ecuador. I've been living in Guatemala for the past 12 years, and I've been developing mostly in the telecommunications, micromobility, and smart city solution services across the country and expecting to grow in the region in Central America. Since 2020, I was able to start, I got an association with Avesa, which is the local representative and distributor of Textron Bell helicopters in the region for the past 60 years. So with them, we started working on the grounds we've signed an MOU with EHang back then, and we started working on getting the grounds, the permits, and make everything possible to start doing experimental or commercial flights. We started working since 2020, and in the March of this year, we got the permit to start fly from the local regulator that is called DGAC. We got a permit to start flying commercial tourist flights in AAA drones, and they were able to authorize the EHang 216. And this put us a lot of pressure, and with a lot of joy, we ordered the first unit, and we expect to start flying in March of this year. So it's a pleasure to be here, to be with all of you. We were speaking with Dan yesterday, actually, and of the importance and how we are always seeking for help and the support of other people involved in the industry.
Thank you very much, Sergio. That was a good one. Thank you for all the work you're doing in the community. Thank you. Moving on. I've got a few, say about 5 pre-recorded presentation here. So if you want to hang around, feel free, to listen to this audio plus their presentation. I'll just bring this up.
Hello, everyone. This is Renato Machado from Portugal. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the event, and therefore I prepared this recording so you all get to know the main achievements and challenges concerning advanced air mobility in Portugal. Starting with the achievements, by the end of 2023, we had the first Advanced Air Mobility Summit in Portugal. The venue was Lisbon, and the event extended over the course of 2 days. We had speakers from all over the world, and it was a perfect opportunity to share knowledge, establish partnerships, and discuss the future steps of advanced air mobility. Heli Bravo and Blue Nest, they announced a collaboration with the aim to develop the first network of vertiports. They tend to launch advanced air mobility in Portugal for both passengers and cargo logistics. This announcement was made at the Advanced Air Mobility Summit in Lisbon. And last achievement, the FlyPT project. This was a collaborative effort involving 17 Portuguese entities, such as universities, research institutes, and companies. It was supported by the European Regional Funds, and the aim of the project was the development of a conceptual vehicle that combines horizontal and vertical mobility. This project started in 2020, and the final public presentation happened last year. The output was a full-scale cabin and 3 functional 4th-scale prototypes, cabin, skate, and drone. The mock-ups were displayed last year at the Paris Air Show. And finally, the challenges. I'm pointing out 2, which I believe that are not just Portuguese challenges, but I would say European challenges. The EU space is not implemented yet. However, the Portuguese authority, ANAC, is working on it. They defined already the volumes and areas, and a lot of work has been done to accelerate this implementation. At the Advanced Air Mobility Summit in Lisbon, the head of unmanned aircraft systems, Dr. Fabio Camacho, he presented the status of the use space implementation. And second, the permit to fly PIV laws and over densely populated areas is a challenge. However, with the implementation of flight termination systems and safety parachutes, we have been able to fly near populated or critical areas. Additionally, SEIA, the Portuguese Engineering Center, they are currently developing an emergency medical drone with 65 kilos maximum takeoff weight, and they will apply for the DVR SAIL 4 with the EASA. Enjoy the presentation. If you have further questions, please contact me, and thank you very much.
Yeah, that was a presentation from Portugal. Next one is Spain, pre-recorded.
Esteemed members of the international community and our guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I address you today to discuss a topic that is retracting the horizon of our world. Advanced air mobility in Spain, a sector that holds the promise of transforming our understanding of urban travel with a population of over 48 million. Spain embarks with enthusiasm on the vast opportunities and face the challenge of this pioneering field with unwavering determination, guided by regulatory entities such as EASA, ENAIR, and the AESA. Spain has achieved significant progress. The establishment of 5 U.S. test centers in a strategic location across the Spain territory demonstrate a firm commitment to innovative aviation. The presence of leading eVTOL manufacturers, Airbus, Lilian, Ihan, and Chrysalian, mark the beginning of a new era where the skies become pathways for growth and advancement. Infrastructure management companies are also making significant strides, forming teams dedicated to the creation and planning of vertiports for the future. These joint actions underscore Spain's ambition to be at the forefront of AAM, always with an eye toward the integration of technology and sustainability. Yet, the path to this new dimension of air transport brings its own set of challenges. The regulatory frameworks that will ensure the security of flights and the proper management of airspace are still in the drafting phase. The creation of effective systems for obstacle detection and avoidance and the assurance of reliable long-distance communication are essential challenges that require ingenious solutions. Spain looks forward not only with the intent of achieving technical victories, but also cultivating a way of travel that is beneficial for all. The goal is clear and defined: to make AAM an integral and everyday part of our lives, offering a smart, fast, and accessible travel option that adapt to the needs of today. This country invites the global community to join in this collaborative effort. Only through teamwork among regulators, the industry, and the public, will we be able to realize a shared vision of advanced air mobility transport that is safe, efficient, and respectful of the environment? In conclusion, I reaffirm Spain's unshakable commitment to advance air mobility. The present advancement and future challenge are the steps that lead us toward a tomorrow where AI is fully integrated into our daily lives, opening new routes for us to move, connect, and dreams. Spain stands as a synonym for progress and constant innovation in pursuit of the common good. Advanced air mobility is not just a vision for the future, it is a reality in the making that promises to redefine the way we travel and live our dreams. Thank you so much, esteemed members of the.
That was the pre-recorded presentation from Spain. We've got 4 more to go, conscious of your time. The next one is Italy.
Good evening, everyone. I am Salvo Fortesa, and I have the enormous privilege of representing Italy. AAM today can be considered a powerful form of social innovation as it paves the way for futuristic and revolutionary visions, not only of environmental stability, but also and especially of inclusive practices. Italy, with its strategic vision, innovation capacity, and cross-collaboration, is emerging as a reference point for the development of advanced air mobility within Europe and across the world. The AAM National Strategic Plan, published in 2021 by the National Civil Aviation Agency, INAC, is a key pillar of this vision. Broken down into 4 strategic axes: governance, regulation, infrastructure, and innovation, the plan defines the key objectives, actions, and resources needed. INAC not only outlines a strategic, but actively contributes to the creation of a collaborative ecosystem. Collaboration between INAC, regions, and municipalities is underscored by the signing of the Memoranda of Understanding. These agreements define goals, modalities, and responsibilities for AAM development, supporting pilot projects, flight demonstrations, and fostering community awareness. Active participation in European and international research and innovation projects testifies to Italy's commitment to contribute to the development of technological and operational solutions, while the harmonization of regulations and standards. Italian regions, with the exclusive competence of land use planning, environmental protection, local transportation, and economic development, play a key role in the development of AAM. Regions such as Veneto, Emilia-Romagna, Lazio, which hosted the first demonstration of an eVTOL flight in Italy at Fiumicino Airport, and Lombardy, as well as regions more vocated to aerospace, such as Piedmont, Campania, and Puglia, are already directing their developments towards AAM and entering into the Memoranda of Understanding with INAC. Furthermore, they're implementing pilot projects. Regions such as Tuscany, which thanks to its territorial peculiarities and vocation, is a possible laboratory for the development of AAM in Italy. The 2023 annual report titled Advanced Air Mobility Italian Market Study and Recommendations for the National Ecosystem by the Strategy End of PCW Italy reveals that the AAM market in Italy is worth 363 million euros, set to reach 1.8 billion euros in 2030. However, the report underscores the need for national roadmap support, highlighting the lack of high maturity in terms of a passenger transport platform for urban air mobility. To unlock the full potential of the market, timely development of regulations to foster the growth of advanced business cases, replicate national and regional testing initiatives, and promote collaboration among players across the value chain is a top priority. Monitoring the development of international OEMs and facilitating the growth of domestic OEMs is considered essential. as is the support of service operators and technological manufacturers to define the integration of unmanned systems in the current airspace. AAM in Italy represents a rapidly evolving sector offering new opportunities for safe, sustainable, and efficient transportation. Italy, with its strategic leadership, innovation, and collaboration, is committed to leading this revolution. However, to ensure social acceptance, it is critical to address the factors that influence public trust and acceptance, informing and actively engaging the public, adapting solutions to regional specificities, integrating transportation modes, and monitoring impact are essential steps for long-term success and sustainability of this growing industry. An important goal we could set for ourselves is to plan and implement common pathways aimed at supporting local governments in spatial planning and transportation of regulations for the implementation of vertiports, as well as interventions aimed at social acceptance. Systemization and monitoring of these projects as best practice to be replicated could certainly foster and accelerate the implementation of AAM. With Anci Toscan, we are working towards these goals and are ready to implement and share common projects. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
Now is the presentation from Italy. Next up is Greece.
Hello, everyone. I'm Christos Xylokotas from Greece, and I serve as a major in the Hellenic Armed Forces. I'm a military drone pilot and also a helicopter instructor pilot. Today, I'm excited to guide you through the state of advanced air mobility in Greece. So let's dive into some key information about my country, Greece. In the heart of Europe, in the Southeast Mediterranean Sea, it has a population of almost 10.5 million and is poised for a significant transformation in aviation. The regulatory body for advanced air mobility is the Hellenic Civil Aviation Authority, the National Civil Aviation Authority, and also the European Union's Aviation Safety Agency, which both are responsible for managing the regulatory aspects of advanced air mobility in Greece. They work to ensure the safe and compliant integration of advanced air mobility technologies in the Greek airspace. Additionally, it is noteworthy that the National Hellenic Civil Aviation Authority has made significant progress in drone integration. About the achievements in Greece, let's highlight some notable achievements in the Greek advanced air mobility landscape, such as the Sapphire Med project is one of the standout achievements, focusing on achieving safe, sustainable, and socially beneficial urban air mobility with a particular emphasis on medical air mobility. Also, Dronamics and LTAP Postal Office, another remarkable achievement involves the collaboration between the Dronamics company and the Hellenic Post Office, paving the way for postal cargo drone deliveries, marking a significant advancement in logistics. Lastly, we have the AAM Nexus project dedicated to launching electric air taxis in Greece, featuring vertiports strategically placed across major urban centers and islands. Of course, with progress comes challenges. Here are some key hurdles in the advanced air mobility journey for Greece. Regulatory and airspace integration. Navigating the complex regulatory frameworks, especially in the context of the European Union and the EASA membership, poses a significant challenge. Ensuring the safe integration of eVTOLs and drones demand meticulous attention. Furthermore, Greece faces additional complexities during the summer period due to tourism resulting in congested airspace. Effectively addressing these challenges requires careful coordination and adaptation to the seasonal fluctuations in air traffic. It's noteworthy that the Hellenic Civil Aviation Authority, in managing these complexities, has made significant progress in drone integration, as I mentioned above. As for the infrastructure requirements, developing specialized infrastructure, including vertiports, charging stations for eVTOLs, still remains a challenge. The AAM Nexus project, expected to begin in 2024, addresses this need. As for the weather limitations, Greece's famous Meltemi winds, strong and seasonal over the Aegean archipelago, present a significant weather-related challenge that needs careful consideration in the context of advanced air mobility operations. Now, about some key media platforms. To keep everyone informed and engaged, crucial updates on advanced air mobility developments in Greece are shared across multiple platforms, including RTV, Sky TV on public television, and social media platforms such as Facebook and Twitter are also offering a comprehensive reach and accessibility. Now, next slide, please. There is a unique opportunity for tourism development in Greece, particularly through inter-island connections. Picture this, a network for urban air mobility buzzing between the popular tourist hotspots of the Aegean archipelago, like Cyclades, Crete, and Dodekanis. Naxos, Paros, Santorini, Mykonos, Milos, among other gems, draw millions of visitors yearly. In 2023 alone, Greece welcomed 25 million tourists. Almost 18 million arrived by air. And I think that this is a substantial pool of potential eVTOL enthusiasts. And let's not forget Naxos, where Amazon Web Services is turning this Aegean island into a smart island. This project aims to enhance the quality of life for residents, create opportunities for local businesses, make it an irresistible spot for tourists and digital nomads worldwide. Drones are set to play a crucial role in services like medicine, material transport, coast guard security, marine incident responses, and emergency services. Conclusion. Greece stands at the forefront of a transformative era in aviation. Advanced air mobility promises efficiency gains, enhanced connectivity, and positive economic impacts. As we navigate the complexities of advanced air mobility implementation, a collective effort involving policymakers, industry stakeholders, and the public is crucial. It's been great sharing this with you. If you are curious or want to dive deeper, I'll be glad to connect, and feel free to drop a message or ask for more info. Thank you.
That was the presentation from Greece. Next up is Colombia.
Hola a todos, es un honor dar la bienvenida a todos los participantes de habla hispana al Advanced Air Mobility Forum. Soy Paula Velandia Congote y me presento por primera vez como enlace para Colombia. Hello everyone, I'm Paula, your liaison for Colombia. As a growth marketer, drone enthusiast, and curious about advanced air mobility, I am passionate about fostering the safe, dignified, and reliable adoption of technology for all. Today, I'm excited to share insights about Colombia, a country with incredible potential in the field of advanced air mobility. In a thriving ecosystem of emerging businesses, every idea has the opportunity to flourish. That's our spirit. That's Colombia. With nearly 50 million people in the ever-evolving realm of Colombia's drone sector, there is a clear and substantial growth driven by the incorporation of drones into crucial areas such as search and rescue, public safety, agriculture, within others. This blossoming market is defined by a lively ecosystem of startups where a majority of enterprises maintain a workforce ranging from 1 to 50 employees. In 2023, under the leadership of Aeronáutica Civil de Colombia, the nation and users were presented with the RAC 100 regulation. This regulation, encompassing aspects such as drone delivery, BVLOS, night flights, and more, has set a milestone by expanding the frontiers of innovation and development for numbers of entrepreneurs seeking to certify their aircraft. This achievement has enabled international producers to introduce new products to the national market. The implementation of RAC 100 has been instrumental in establishing a safe and regulated flight environment, building the trust of both the nation and the users. This approach aims to provide an open and reliable sky for everyone, effectively integrating drone operations with manned aviation. This significant step not only promotes air safety, but also fosters an ecosystem that catalyzes innovation and contributes to ongoing progress of the aerospace industry in the country. RAC 100 is one of the biggest achievements for Colombia this year. Signs of progress are evident on the regulation front, with a December uptick indicated a favorable trajectory for drone operations in Colombia. The industry resilience and forward momentum underscore a belief in the transformative potential of drones within the Colombian business landscape. As all, we do have a lot of challenges. At the forefront of drones companies' agendas are pivotal concerns including strategic marketing and sales initiatives, comprehensive staff development programs, and meticulous financial planning and funding. Despite facing challenges related to public acceptance, navigating geopolitical complexities, and addressing inflationary pressures, the industry maintains a steadfast optimism regarding the future. As we navigate the exciting skies of innovation, Colombia stands at the forefront, championship the integration of unmanned aviation with robust regulation, unwavering committed to safety, and a spirit of continuous innovation. Together, let's soar to new heights and shape the future of unmanned aviation in a secure, regulated, and pioneer manner. Thank you for joining us on this journey.
That was the presentation from Colombia. Next up, these are just slides. Apologies. The presenter were not able to make it today, but I will just project their slides. This is from France, presented by Frederic Malloret. The details are in these slides, and I'm just gonna skim through it in terms of the content. This is the second page. Here, urban air mobility demonstration successfully completed in France. Then information about how things panned out, revolution, recognizing the importance of collaboration within the sort of ecosystem. Next up is Turkey. Again, apologies. The presenter couldn't make it, and Burçin Bilgin sent information around the state of AAM in Turkey. Turkey, with a population of 85 million, got the regulatory body in there. The achievements. Including Ceresai flying car, Titra, soft tech air car, and the challenges were noted. That was Turkey. So with that, I think there's another slide which needs to be projected as well, because, and that's Japan. They couldn't make it today. If you can see my screen clearly, this is Japan. This is the progress of AAM in Japan, the population, the regulatory body, OEM, vertiport, existing ones, the charging system, operators, UTM, milestones, and the next set of implementation. With that, that concludes our presentation today. And what can I say? It's been a pleasure to have you all. I want to thank you for attending this session. We've got the summer session coming up in July, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to attend. Thank you for your time. Appreciate all of the speakers, and as we look forward to the next meeting, stay safe. God bless.